Hi, mate. Hi, mate. You got me? Yeah, no, I've got you. Morning, everyone. Welcome along to Wednesday here at the MODUS Super Series by the end of play today. Somebody's going to make their way through to finals night on Saturday evening. Currently, it's Alex Spellman who has a big lead at the top of the table, and this is how he accrued it yesterday. James Richardson has been unable to correlate performances into results this week. 4 points on the board. He'll feel a bit hard done by. Roes picked up another 2 wins yesterday, using the Super Series as a platform to learn early on in his career. Toonders also has 8 points on the board after the conclusion of 2 days' play. Having been excellent in spells, he's looking for a bit more consistency. Cole reversed the fortunes of yesterday, picking up 10 points all told, but lost out to Bradley in the last game, which was stretched clear his lead in third. Duff was 3-1 up on Alex Spellman yesterday in the final game and could have been well in business in terms of being in the mix at the top. However, losing out in the last leg decider means his hopes of winning the group relies on a perfect day, because Spellman won 4 from 5 on 18 points and in more than pole position to make it through. Well, he thought it was going to be a bit of a close shave towards the line, but it looks like Alex Spellman's pulled his way in front. Chris Mason alongside me up here on the balcony. And it's fair to say yesterday that Alex Spellman was brought in a little bit towards the end. Neil Duff had the opportunity, went 3-1 up, but Spellman managed to find a way to win that match. Yeah,
once he got beaten by Cole, we began to think, well, maybe there's going to be a race on today. Ultimately, I'm not quite sure how Spellman got away with it against Neil Duff, but he did. He averaged 96 in the process. 2 real clutch finishes to get it done. We're going to see one of them here. And this was obviously match darts for Duff to win it 4-2. Could have closed the gap. Like I say, we could have a bit of a race on our hands today. But this was a beautiful finish to get it to 3-all. And this is what he has in the locker and does so often. It's not something you sort of can put your finger on and say, oh, well, he only does it now and again. He has done it consistently, day on day, not just this week, but of course when he made his appearance here on debut.
You must be one of those players where when you're stood in the background as the opponent, when he's got 1 dart left in hand at a double, you're thinking you're not coming back.
No, and he did it in the deciding leg, didn't he? He wanted 112. Again, you're thinking, well, is Duff going to get another chance to win the match and again close that gap? Didn't happen, and he takes the 112 out clinically.
Well, this is then how it sees the table going into the final day's worth of action here at the Super Series. Neil Duff could have gone within a couple of points of Alex Spellman at the top, but it is the American ace who opens up her 6-point lead at the top of the table. If Neil Duff is to make his way through today, does he have to go through the card? Yeah,
he has to go 5 out of 5. And as you can see, if Duff hits those winning doubles, it's 16-14, and of course they've got to play each other today. That could then quickly have become 16-all, and then we've got a real race to the line. But no, it's all about Neil Duff consolidating his spot in Group B. The race could be on for the final place in Group B for 3rd position. I think Alex will just run away with it today. If he wins 2 or 3 games, it's job done.
Has James Richardson been running 100 metres underneath a ladder this week?
Yes, well, maybe kicking a black cat. Yeah, incredibly. Considering the levels and the stats, when we break down his running averages over the course of the opening 2 days of this Group A, it's remarkable that he's picked up just 2 wins. But we've seen it before. That's how it can work out. You see it on the other side of the coin, not necessarily with Alex, but there's certainly been games that he could have lost. But when you've got a bit of fortune on your side, there's nothing like being good and lucky. And I wouldn't say lucky is the right word, just a bit fortunate at times, but he's the one that's taken his chances.
Meanwhile, elsewhere, we're going to be seeing Bradley Roes and Cole in action in our first game of the day. Just quickly touching upon Bradley. Couple of wins on both of his days so far. How would you measure his progress this week?
Well, he's very much work in progress, isn't he? I think he's been a little less animated this time, a little less emotionally invested in the matches, and he's going in the right direction. And listen, the fundamentals are there. The ability is definitely there. Just lacks experience, very much like Christopher.
Time to have a look at the bet builder. This is an amalgamation of bets that make their way through the exchange to put it into an ACCA for you. It's just under 5-1 today. It's Jared Cole with a victory in the game against Christopher Toonders at 8-11. Alex Spellman to hit a maximum against James Richardson, and Duff to hit a max against Spellman. Just under 5-1 this.
Yeah, I like that. I like Cole. I think he improved massively yesterday. He's feeling a lot better as well. He's been a little bit under the weather last week. I think Spellman Richardson has the potential to go 6, possibly 7 legs. So the opportunity for a 180 from Spellman there is about right, 1-2. And then Duff against Spellman. Duff to hit a 180 again. I can see that one going 6, 7 legs. So the opportunity is going to be there, and I quite like that bet for a change.
18 plus, speedgambleware.org. And finally, we found a bet builder Chris Mason is in agreement with. Talking about Jared, we're going to hear from him in just a second. What's been your overall summation of his week? Monday, a bit under the weather, but yesterday we saw some huge improvements.
Yeah, and he became the first person to defeat Spellman in this Group A so far. And listen, he's talented. We've seen so much from him over the last couple of years, just at the Super Series. So. He's in a bit of a rebuilding process. His form went a little wayward, but that happens to everybody. But he's more experienced than his age should suggest. He's played a lot of darts at a high level, and it's just about playing yourself out of a bit of a slump sometimes. And at stages yesterday, he did just that.
Jared Cole is definitely in the race for a place in Group B. A big day ahead for him, and I suppose he couldn't think of anything better than talking to me earlier on to describe and look ahead to the action. Jared, fair to say a bit of a mixed bag so far this week?
Yeah, 100%. I didn't feel like I knew where I was going to be on Monday after sort of really being down under the weather last week. So I sort of took it with a pinch of salt. A little bit better yesterday, but there's definitely more in the tank from me. So hopefully that comes through today.
Improved day yesterday, but possibly opportunity missed?
Yeah, 100%. There was 2 games, well, to be honest, the 2 on paper, the leaders, I managed to beat, but the games before I simply didn't find the right level in the games that I needed to. So, yeah, there's opportunities there that could have been different, but it's a new day today.
New day today. Group B the target?
Yes, but Group C isn't the end of the world either. It's sort of like I wrote off what could happen after Monday, so B and C, whichever one it is, it's fine by me. So yeah, I'll see where it takes me.
Considering the start you had on Monday, how crucial could those 4 points you won there on Monday be in the end?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it shows sort of somewhat of my sort of nature. I don't want to give away points, and although the games I lost, I didn't play well at all, but there's there was still sort of fighting instinct and sort of like the opportunity to get points on the board. I took them when they came. Although the doubles were certainly poor, as you pointed out. But
I may have once or twice. Well, Jared, I wish you all the very best today. Good luck.
No worries. Cheers, mate.
Yeah, I may have mentioned that once or twice on commentary. But Jared Cole is in action against Bradley Roes in our first game of the day. It is a battle of the next generation here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Heading down to the commentary box is Chris Mason to describe all of the action in the company of Laura Turner. Good morning, Laura.
Yeah, good morning, Henry. How are you? So brilliant to be back, Chris. I'm really looking forward to this. I mean, I've been kind of trying to keep tabs on it, and there has been some really interesting results this week, but still not completely sewn up for everyone. You think Spellman's going to kind of make it, but it's still not 100% there yet.
No, mathematically possible for multiple players to possibly top the group, but I think the position most vulnerable is position number 3, and that's at the moment filled by Jared Cole. He's on 10 points. His 2 nearest rivals is Bradley Roes and Christopher Toonders on 8 points. So he'll be looking to consolidate that position and join Neil Duff on 12 points. I think it's going to play out like this. I think Spellman will probably win.
Game on.
Well, he could go through the card. That wouldn't be a huge shock. He did it on Monday, but I think Spellman nailed on to win the group. I think Neil Duff and Jared Cole
100
will progress into Group B, and positions 4, 5, and 6 will be maybe positions 4 will be traded between Bradley and Christopher. And poor old James Richardson
100.
down there on 4 points. Could try and play the spoiler role for today. Now, Laura, have you been watching any of the World Cup? Because I know you
57.
big interest in that.
Yeah, I have been keeping tabs on it. There were some quite brutal draws in the women's, actually, to start with. But
Is it Bo and Dita in the final or in the semi-final?
last time I looked, they were
84.
both in the semi-finals.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if they played any more yesterday.
Yeah, and I think Kirsty Vikinen is also there, but that was a first round draw against Lorraine Winstanley, so it was a very tough
96.
opener for both players.
But yeah, we'll bring you updates from there as it happens. Also, the Pro Tour resumes today for the next few days.
140.
Any interesting draws and results? You don't need to go anywhere else. We'll keep you up to speed.
96.
Jared Cole's throw already under a little bit of pressure from Bradley.
$137. Jared Carr, 152.
They met yesterday, and it was Bradley that got the better of Jared, 4-2.
60. Bradley Carr, 40.
And Monday, it was more comprehensive for Bradley, winning 4-0, but on Monday, Jared was a little bit under the weather. I think he had a back
30.
end of the cold that's been going
Bradley Carr,
around.
92.
Well, he does like a double-double.
80.
Well, they
Bradley
both
Carr,
do.
10.
That would have been deemed cheeky back in our day, Laura.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I don't mind a double-double,
6.
but
Jared Carr,
I don't mind anything that actually hits the target. I'm actually going for.
I'm with you. Double three, bottom of the board.
9. Bradley Carr,
way off.
4.
Bit of early nerves from these two young guns.
No
Okay, lads,
score.
up for the ball.
Jared Carr, 3.
Just have that kind of feeling of a first match, third day, but
Getting shot on the first
yeah,
leg.
that was
Jared
better
Cole.
from Jared Cohen. Actually, a bit of a nod of the head. I think those are the legs that you're just relieved to win, aren't they?
Well, you want them over whether you win or lose them, don't
Leg
you?
Jared to field first.
Just
Game
someone
on.
hit it, please.
I have been in that situation on more occasions than I care to remember.
Yeah, not one for the
60.
Super Series gold, that leg. Although when you win them, it matters not. It's a chalk on the board. And sometimes we all chase the
95.
averages, don't we? We all look at them too often as players. Only when you're in a game like this, you think, right, 24 average is over. Let's just get on and win the game and pick up the points.
100.
Well, you've said it yourself, haven't you? They don't put averages on trophies at the end of the day,
Nope.
so it's very
Or on the checks.
no. More importantly,
59.
You off to the Grand Prix this weekend?
yes.
Not,
Yes.
by the way, that's not Formula One. That's the Darts World Grand Prix.
Yes, starts on Monday, doesn't it? Yes, we'll be heading not to Dublin, unfortunately, but to Leicester.
57.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not quite as quite as enjoyable possibly as Temple Bar.
Yeah, well, ever since I've been doing it, it's always been
100.
Leicester.
Oh. Yeah, the City West was a very unique atmosphere.
$45.
I think we need more darts in Ireland, personally. I know we have the couple of Premier League nights over there, but it would be nice to give them a tournament.
58.
Yeah, when you look at the talent and the calibre of player, I mean, Neil Duff here himself from
57.
Northern Ireland this
Bradley
week,
Carr,
so you know,
123.
there's so much young talent as well coming through, which is, you know, you just kind of want to embrace
And
it.
exactly, and it will only encourage more of that. Well, he's got the ball, doesn't need to go for it,
83.
and doesn't. Sensibly tees up tops. Yeah, I'd like to see the Grand Prix. When you think of Grand Prix, they're taken all over the world, aren't they? And I think that tournament would be the perfect model to use as an event that you do move around. I know they look for new
55.
territories for their
W car 40.
European tours and World Series. So use the Grand Prix as that event.
Quite like that idea.
I come up with the odd good one
Being
once a
shot on
year.
the second leg.
As long as they
Bradley
can,
Roes.
if they can align it with actual Formula One, so Vegas,
Ooh,
nice. Monaco 1 week.
Third leg,
Vegas didn't
Jared to
work
throw
for the darts,
first.
that
Game
way.
on.
Boston would though.
96.
Wales, another place. Not enough darts there. In terms of big events, they get a Premier League, and that's the Champions of Champions. Welsh Open, that's about it.
60.
But in terms of big TV darts, plenty of venues in Cardiff. Might get Matt Porter to put me on a bit of a commission.
55.
If he takes you up on him, I reckon you should.
This one, not really caught fire
One under
so
the
far.
leg.
Oh, well, right on cue. Sometimes the commentator's curse is a good thing.
140.
Yeah, you'd say Jared had
60.
a better day yesterday, didn't he? Improved his position, kind of day one, finished 5th, 3rd on the table at the moment.
Yeah, in terms of performance level as well,
121.
it was a big jump. And despite the max from Bradley in the leg, it's Jared in control.
78. Jared car 89.
20 ball, double 5.
79. Bradley car 123.
His doubling was disastrous on Monday, but that was massively improved yesterday. And he hit the treble 18 last time.
55. Jared car 10. Getting shot on the third leg. Jared Cole.
Yeah, that was better.
Yeah,
Well taken.
no one likes double 5.
No, to be fair, Jared's gone out so far. 5, 1. I can't
Well,
say
thanks,
that
Bradley, to
a
throw first.
preferential
Game
double
on.
for any dart player.
Absolutely not. Both horrible.
$99. $99.
Did you know much about Bradley from his... I'm not sure how much WDF darts he'd have played over the years.
Yeah, I saw him playing at the World Championships in the youth final.
134.
Beat Charlie Large in the
Yeah.
final. And Charlie, obviously, quite local, is a local player from down here. So, kind of watched that. I was quite impressed with Charlie Large because he
135.
went through and beat Leighton Bennett on the way, who was kind
Yes.
of tipped.
Yeah, he was the favourite, nailed on favourite.
Yeah, there's so much kind of young
98.
talent coming through. Obviously, you've got the channel with the WDF, but then you've got JDC, you've got development tours. So there's just so many avenues for players that most
100.
definitely weren't around
Bradley
when we
car
were younger.
170.
Well, we're just starting to see all that hard work by those organisations. We're just starting to reap the rewards now. Leighton Bennett and Bow probably
54.
being the two
Jared car
predominant
167.
players.
And I also look to the likes of the JDC of people like Keen Barry, come through Irish JDC, Katie Sheldon, another one. That's
Thomas Banks.
139.
Banks.
Bradley car 116.
And I guess you can't really talk about young talent without mentioning Luke Littler, I guess.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So, another,
40.
well, not so unusual double. Double
Jared car
14
28.
for 3-1. A breaker throw and absolute control. Can he use that? Just shifts over it. Yeah, that's the problem.
No score. Bradley car 76.
The way Bradley's darts land kind of lend itself to that kind of awkwardness on certain shots.
Yeah, because they not only sit up, they lay
56.
across slightly, don't they?
Jared car 28. Game shot on the
No
fourth
drama
leg.
this
Jared
time.
Cole.
Back-to-back 16 darters. Leg 5 has the honour to see it out.
Fifth leg strategy through first. Game on.
We were never going to have stratospheric averages after leg 1, which was 1 in
59.
24 darts, but after a couple of edgy opening legs, 2 solid legs from Jared Cole. He was the
100.
8-13 favourite for the tie. Bradley at 6-5. That surprised me a little bit, considering Bradley had won their opening 2
45.
matches on Monday and Tuesday.
And especially since I've been doing this, you quite often find that there are players that just cannot beat certain players throughout the week. Probably until finals
100.
night. And then it all
That's when
flips.
it matters.
Yeah.
Yeah, knockout
100.
darts is just so different to round robin darts.
Yeah, kind of more.
97.
I wouldn't say pressure is probably not the right word, but knockout darts, obviously, you know that if you don't do well and you don't win, you're out, basically. Whereas here, you can come back. But I do find Wednesdays just has that slightly
100.
different edge. I mean, all the players know they're coming back, but not quite sure at the moment where.
Yeah. And obviously, if you don't win the Group A, you want to finish in second and third to get into Group B. Not necessarily because it's easier,
140.
but it's only a 5-player field and 3 progress, so a 60% chance to qualify
101. Bradley
Or-
O'Connor 64.
Saturday night. Where Group C, it's a 6-player field and only the top 2 go through. And
Getting
that's
shot on
a
the fifth
break
leg, Bradley
back
Roes.
in 14, best leg of the match.
Sixth leg Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Well, you'd have played you've played in the pentathlon, haven't you? And
Yes.
That's that similar kind of mentality. You're not playing knockout darts, and it's hard to keep everything
93.
switched on, especially the length of the hardest thing I've ever done, the pentathlon.
Yeah, I found it very hard the first time I did it. Kind of had a bit better of an expectation the second time. And
31.
actually quite a lot of players say that about when they play here at MODUS. You know, it's just a learning curve. But as you say, it's also keeping the adrenaline up, and it's everything.
Well, it was managing the break,
140.
the lunch break, and then trying to, because you sort of wind down and there's no adrenaline and bit of a food coma, and then all of a sudden
100.
you've just got to switch straight back on, and that's the toughest bit in the afternoon.
So you were quite lucky then. You played at the time when lunch was provided.
Oh, it
now,
was beautiful.
Yeah, now we just have a break.
39.
I think Sam Hawkins used to organise it back then, and they put on a beautiful buffet.
120.
Yeah, I've always played it since kind of England Darts have run it. So
I think it was at Rainham Mark.
I've been. I
Yeah.
remember going. Yeah, because one of our friends, there's 2 Raynhams, isn't
59.
Yes.
there? Yeah,
Yeah.
he wasn't in the right Raynham.
Brilliant.
90. Bradley O'Connor 170.
Not seen anything to indicate this would go, and it's not going to, but he's in a good position.
134.
Certainly is now.
Bradley O'Connor
Beautiful
160.
setup. Ooh, another one that he doesn't like it. Could go ball ball. He's going to go ball ball. Oh my
Game
goodness.
shot and the match. Jared Cole.
Absolutely outstanding from Jared Cole, I can assure you. You may see that at the odd exhibition, but that was far from an exhibition shot. The treble 20 landed. There's absolutely no line in for him. Had no option to go ball in a match where he couldn't buy a double. He's found 2 bullseyes to take the points 4-2. When we come back, Neil Duff against Christopher Toonders.
Jared Cole, I owe you an apology. I wasn't familiar with your game. That was absolutely magnificent before the break. A 160 finished off bull. Absolutely brilliant for him. And in terms of the league table, puts him on to 12 points. Right, next up, Neil Duff in action up against Christopher Toonders. He's on 12 points at the beginning of the day, 6 behind Alex Spellman, but crucially can open up a 6-point gap on 4th place if he can get the better of the German here. Watching this one in the commentary box, it's Laura and Chris.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, an opportunity for Duff to almost at least guarantee his place in Group B, which is the obvious preference, as I previously mentioned. But are we going to see a bit of symmetry? Jared Cole had not beaten Bradley so far this week until that game. And Neil Duff has not lost to Christopher so far this week. Are we going to see a second role reversal?
First leg, Neil
But that
Duff
160, pretty special, Laura.
Game on.
I was kind of just looking at it thinking, no, he didn't just get that last bullseye in there. How?
Well, he'd had so many issues with the way his darts sort of enter the board and the angle of entry that it was so plumb in the middle. We thought he's just going to get a deflection. I think it caught us all by
83.
surprise. But he had no option. It was. We've seen it before with the 120.
58.
Actually, I did it years ago against Whitlock. I just couldn't see the treble. I had on 120. I had no choice. In goes the max. Not this
140.
time.
Yeah, we all kind of know how Simon Whitlock can finish on a bullseye.
Yeah.
He likes a nice 153 ball
Yeah, it was a bit of irony, really. Yeah, the look on Simon's face was a bit of a picture. But he's been doing that to people since day dot, hasn't he?
70.
Yes, indeed he has.
$100.
Yeah, I think that 160 out will be doing the rounds on the social medias, and if you want to get in touch, you can direct into the commentary box. I'm sure
45.
you have the app, Laura, don't you? The X app,
I do.
formerly Twitter.
I still can't call it X.
No, I can't.
95.
If you want to get in touch, questions or comments, please do get in touch. We're also on all the other social media platforms, Instagram, Facebook,
131.
TikTok. Are you a TikToker?
I do
149.
like an occasional TikTok, yes.
97.
I'm more of that
Neil the
person
Car,
that starts
32.
watching like one episode on TikTok and then maybe an hour later I've watched 2 seasons.
Yeah, I'm not a massive
No score.
fan
Christopher Car, 52.
of any of that, but if I start watching them reels things, then it's all over for an hour.
Game shot on the first
Beautiful
leg.
finish.
Christopher Toonders.
Fallon Sherrock way on 52. Good break of throw, 17 darts.
Second leg, Christopher throw first.
Yeah, you
Game
did
on.
imply earlier, Chris, that this could be Turner's day to beat Neil Duff. Hasn't done it yet. That's a good start.
58.
I guess with Neil Duff, he kind of knows if he's
80.
going to progress without playing the next 2 days, or finding himself probably in Group B, then he's going to kind of have to go through the card today.
Yeah, he's going to have to go 5 out of 5.
60.
I think we already know the level of play of Spellman. He's averaging in the 90s for the opening 2 days, so it's unlikely he's going to
180.
lose more than 2 matches in my humble. I've
60.
been known to be wrong, Laura.
Yeah, but we don't mention those times.
As I like to say, I'm not always right, but I'm never wrong.
60.
One of the ex-wives taught me that one.
$100.
Yeah, Neil in a decent position here with that 180 to break straight back.
We'll be seeing Alex
81.
Spellman against James Richardson. in our next match. We'll complete cycle 1 of 5 cycles of games.
41. Neil the car 100.
Where's your game right now, Laura? Are you playing or practicing? That's
no,
a-
Game shot on the
That's
second
a
leg.
no.
Neil Duff.
no. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's up and down. I think, played a long time and
Third
it's
leg Neil to throw
consistency.
first.
What I
Game
have
on.
noticed, everyone, the game around me is picking up with with the women's series and all the opportunities. The more opportunities we're getting,
What I want to know is how you manage to get more than
100.
24 hours in the day and more than 7 days in a week, because you're obviously a mother as well as work
60.
full time, and obviously all the media commitments you have now. There's what I find is there's just not time to. I just don't get time to play anymore.
no, it's you've got to be quite strict. You're quite structured.
140.
I used to do it in a way that if I just committed to a league, I quite often do that, especially in the run-ups, to bigger tournaments. Commit to a league and then you
60.
turn up and at least you're getting match practice
Yeah,
once or twice a week. But
and for me, when I do get some downtime, all I can see when I shut my eyes at night is a dartboard. The last thing I want to do when I'm chilling,
95.
me and Charlotte will just sit down and watch a movie or just have a total different sort of distraction.
yeah, no, I get it. It's sleep.
140.
Yeah, what sleep? I remember it.
$84.
Oh, just strayed. 54 would have left 32. Still in a good position.
57. Neil the car 82.
Should go bull. It's gone that way because the 25 leaves 57. It's going to get a dart at tops.
62.
Yeah, and a major disaster there, missing that for Neil Duff.
100. Neil the
Coming
car
back
20.
for 20 for 16 darts. Toonders not far behind.
Game shot on the third leg. Neil
But
Duff.
all academic. Neil Duff now 2-1 to the good.
Yeah, it's been a good turnaround after the disappointment of losing the opening leg.
Fourth leg Chris is going to throw first.
Over the
Game
course of legs 2 and 3, averaged 100 across those 2 legs. 30 darts used
on.
to
36.
take a 2-1 lead.
You just tend to find, the level that they
85.
play at. It's just, you've got to take the smallest of opportunities. And just when you think you're comfortable, everything kind of just turns round.
Yeah, and when you don't, you
96.
then get yourself embroiled. And I'm frustrated. And then you lose the ability to play at your top level. There's more to this game than just
60.
slinging some metal at a board.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that's possibly, for my game
22.
anyway, like you said before, so busy and doing other things. If your head's not completely focused and on the game, can sometimes take, a couple of rounds. And quite often, especially with elimination, you don't normally have a couple of rounds now.
180.
Yeah, and often with players, we don't know what distractions they may have away from the board and having to cope with. We've seen that
100.
Adrian Lewis effectively just sort of walk away because of things going on with his wife, and rightly so, because if your mind's not 100% committed, it's a tough enough game anyway.
55. Neil the car
Sometimes for your own
36.
sanity, you have got to just put them down.
Well, it's always there, isn't it? As long as you can get back
Game
into
shot
it.
on the
And
fourth leg.
Neil
Neil
Duff
Duff.
most certainly not just got back into this game, but now charging away with it, 3-1 to the good. But yeah,
Fifth leg Neil to throw first. Game on.
it's such a commitment. I think people don't quite realise, the amount of travel and the time you have to invest in it. That if you're not quite 100% with it, then it's very
60.
difficult.
Yeah, and the emotional investment you have, the sacrifices you have to make, and
85.
being away from family, the financial risk involved.
Yeah, it's quite strange how it happens. Probably for a lot of players that you kind of start off maybe as a hobbyist.
180.
You know, something you enjoy, you go out with your friends, you know, it's such an accessible sport. And all of a sudden you get a bit good at it, and
134.
then you try the next thing and the next thing, and before you know it, I mean, you're hooked for one.
Yeah. And 10 grand deep on your credit card.
And sometimes.
This is outstanding from Neil
140.
Duff. Lost the opening leg. Used just 43 darts to take a 3-1 lead. On a potential 12 darter
40.
here.
Neil the car 121.
Averaged over 103.66 his average on Monday. Oh, he's just missed the 39 for 32. Had that gone in, that he may have trumped the 103
81.
average. As it is, it's all flakes and ice creams, 99.99.
97. Neil the car 40.
For the sauce on the top. Tops. He can use that.
Game shot
Well,
of the
that's
match,
very
Neil Duff.
useful for Neil Duff. 97.62 the average. Nearly 20 more than his opponent, and the unbeaten run against Christopher continues as Neil Duff moves on to 14 points with that average of 97.62. 3 180s out on there as well. Winning legs of 14, 16, 13 and 15 gets the job done. Well, the final two players of Group A are in action next. James Richardson faces off against Alex Spellman.
Welcome back. Neil Duff getting out of the gate with a fantastic performance before the break, getting the better of Christopher Toonders by 4 legs to 1. Doing so with an average just over 97.5 and 4 out of 10 on the doubles. James Richardson currently occupies bottom spot in the table. He's looking for a big day today ahead of his endeavours later on in the week. Whilst for Alex Spellman, he is top of the pile. He is the man everybody's trying to catch here on Wednesday at the Super Series. It's a bookending battle here. And watching this one in the commentary box is Chris Mason and Laura Turner.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. And as you mentioned, yeah, this is top versus bottom in terms of the table at the moment. And Chris, we were just talking about it. You know, James Richardson has been unlucky not to have got more points, but Alex Spellman has been exceptional so far this week.
Yeah, dropping just the one match to Jared Cole yesterday. So far, he's 9 out of 10. Well, this man, James Richardson, on Monday ran him the closest. He was the only one to take 2 legs from Alex Spellman, who just dropped 6 legs for the entire day. But yeah, you would think James Richardson's fortunes are going to change at some point. Today, he will very much feel like he's free rolling. I mean, he could potentially reach 14 points.
43.
And that still may not be enough for a Group B position. So it looks like we're going to see the Richardsons on Thursday and Friday.
91.
Famous name in London, of course, at the time of the craze. Those old enough will know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm old, but not that old.
95. $96.
James Richardson, another one. We've seen
137
throughout the years, but also now seen on the seniors. And yeah, I think the game that always stands out to me, but probably because I was in comms and I have a vested interest in the women's game, was when he played Makuru at the World Championships. Really ran close in the end by Makuru Suzuki.
$53. James Ricard, 82.
Well, the ball's getting a battering today.
Game shot on the first
And
line.
that
James Richardson.
will please James massively, because if there's been one element of his game that has been frustrating for him, it's been the finishing.
Game on.
He's had a torrid time on the outer wire.
$100.
On Monday, as I mentioned, it was 4-2 in favour of Alex. He averaged just shy of 90. James averaged just over 91. There's been so many games this week so far where he's had the superior average, but it's been on the wrong end.
96.
Yesterday, same scoreline, 4-2.
180.
But between them, they had 30 darts at a double and only converted on 6 occasions. It was a game that James was well in.
58.
Doesn't have any problems with the maxes so far today. 2 in 2.
140.
Yeah, definitely well in on this match as well.
Well, the bookies were still a bit wary, considering the 2 previous matches. They've both been 4-2 in favour of Alex. They didn't make him a massive favourite. 8-15. James 11-8. Yeah, you got to go 20 ball. That's a bonus.
75. Alex Ricard, 150.
But I think when you're playing well, if you can maintain that, if you can keep the positivity up, you do know eventually, or at least you hope, that the results will start going your way. You just have to keep with it.
Yeah, you just have to keep knocking on the door, don't you? And like you say, at some point,
60.
something's
Change
going to
your
give,
card, 10.
and those doubles are going to start finding the targets.
No score. Alex Ricard,
Yeah,
90.
opted to switch there and just made a bit of a mess of it. So really has opened the door again for Alex Spellman. If this goes, I think this will sum up everything about James Richardson's campaign so far this week.
Yeah, he had a miscount as well.
James
He
Ricard, 10.
wanted 82. He's gone for the ball, hit a 6, gone double 18, and then hit another double 18 instead of tops.
8.
In his head, I'm sure
Alex
he
Ricard,
thought
30.
he's hit a 10 to leave 72, double 18, and yeah, those kind of things have been costly, and
Being shot on the
costly
second
again
leg.
here.
Alex Spellman.
Massively frustrating. 4 darts for 2-0.
Third leg, James to throw first.
And
Game on.
interestingly there as well, obviously the option that James wanted was to split, went for the 2, but next time round didn't want to run that risk again. And when you
41.
start losing confidence in your ability to hit single numbers, it's, you're not necessarily in the right place.
And the message you're sending out to your opponent is, I don't think I can hit double 5. Where you should never have any
54.
doubt.
No, I've always, you the same?
Yeah.
If I've got a double left to
Yeah.
go for it, even if it's double 3, I despise double 3, double 7, double 1, double 5. Odd numbers, not a fan.
No, same.
100.
Whatever I've left it, I'll hit it. Or certainly trying to hit it.
Try being the operative word, I know.
60. $100.
And again, this theme continues. James Richardson with the higher average.
81.
I think a win here would give him a massive boost going into Thursday and Friday.
80.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier, darts being not necessarily just throwing bits of metal at a board, but also the kind of psychology behind it. And I've noticed it with dart players, I've felt it myself, that sometimes when you're not
58.
winning, even if you're playing well, you just think the world's kind of conspiring against you. You've just got no luck.
Yeah, as Kevin Painter would say, how's your luck? But you're right, it just does feel like
140.
no matter what you do, you just can't get a win. I think I had it in the seniors. I think I had 4 consecutive first round defeats in the ranking events, and you're like, well,
100.
what's going on?
James Ricard, 40.
But I also know that one good result and everything turns for a while until you hit the wall again. Oh, top
Game
corner.
shot on the
He'll
third
take
leg.
that.
James Richardson.
Could have been 3-0 up, possibly. Should
Fourth
have
leg,
been.
Alex to throw first. Game on.
Like in his 2 previous meetings with Alex this week, he's reached the 2-leg point.
$140.
I always have that feeling that you just, especially against someone like Alex, you need to get a win over him, because if their paths cross on Saturday, for me, it's imperative that you've
100.
got that knowledge, or you've planted a seed of doubt in who is the favourite, and he is the favourite for the week, Spellman. You go into Saturday and having
96.
played someone 3 times and beat them 3 times, the level of confidence you take into that game is incredible.
Yeah, I was here a few weeks back. I don't know if
60.
you recall, but Alan Norris was here and just kept wearing the same one shirt just to play Johnny Haynes because he was convinced that was the reason he was beating him. Beat him 5 times throughout the week. And, you know, like you say, it just becomes something that shouldn't be a thing becomes a thing.
Yeah, psychology in sport. Listen, it's
100.
once you can play this game, and then it's then played between the ears, isn't it?
Yeah, actually, the actual playing of it and execution is probably sometimes the easier element of actually making sure that your mindset's right all the time.
For sure.
57.
I think that's been proven in pretty much every sport over the years by individuals who've looked for outside help and a different element. Ronnie O'Sullivan probably being the
125.
most predominant of all of those.
Yeah, Richardson just a bit off the pace in this one.
26. Alex O'Carr, 40.
Spellman, opportunity for 13 darts if he can pin top tier.
Game shot on the fourth
Gets
leg.
it done.
Alex
15.
Spellman.
Yeah, before Ronnie got with, I think, Stephen Peters and worked alongside Ray
Fifth leg, James
Reardon.
to throw first. Game on.
Now, this is a guy in his 30s who was on about retiring. He's currently world #1, approaching his 50s.
Yeah, and it's so
123.
comparable, isn't it? Snooker, it's another individual sport.
Yep.
It's not the same as team sports. It's very much just you, and I'm sure you felt it yourself. Like, it is the loneliest place in the world when
Yeah.
things are going against you because it is just you.
180.
Well, we've all been there where you just want the stage to just swallow you up. And there's just nowhere to hide.
100.
I've often said it, although this is just quite short and, you know, compared to other stage matches, if there's anything going wrong, there is no time. There's no time to come off. You can't readjust. You have to be strong-minded enough to be able to resolve any issues.
100.
When
On
you're
the fly.
Yeah, on the stage. That's it. You're there, and there's no do-overs.
No, you can't take a mulligan.
64.
As you can see, he does have a stacking style, not quite as predominant
130.
as we've seen, but they're certainly below horizontal. Where you can see with Richardson's darts, they really do sit up.
123.
There's
Alex O'Carr,
advantages
61.
and disadvantages of both. I think
Yep.
you need to do the Darryl Gurney where you can throw naturally and then all of a sudden just kind of throw it underneath as well.
Well, incredibly, we've
31.
seen
James O'Carr,
two of
91.
the young players in Leighton Bennett and Luke Littler both play multiple matches. One playing sort of traditionally as the dart sit up, and then both playing with the Phil Taylor method.
41.
Yeah, be
Alex
desperately
O'Carr,
disappointed
20.
there not to get a dart, but something to win the leg.
Game shot on the fifth
the
leg. Alex Spellman.
Ever reliable Spellman gets a break of throw in leg 5, which always seems key in this race
Sixth leg,
to
Alex
4.
to throw first. Game on.
And now as the darts to get it done for a 3rd consecutive time and a hat-trick of full 2 wins.
Yeah, like you said earlier, Chris, I think it's that shot from Richardson for 91
100.
just kind of summarises.
You've got to go ball, haven't you? When you're in this position in short course darts, you've got to give yourself a chance.
85.
You've got to give yourself a dart at something. Again, what stood out for me with Spellman is the mentality. There's no panic early when he wasn't playing particularly well.
97.
The mental side of his game is right up there.
Yeah, funny enough, we had a question last week about who would be in your
100.
poker team. We were playing, Kev was playing last week, and we were kind of decidedly that Kev wouldn't be. I think he gives away a little bit too much, but Spellman really does give away absolutely nothing.
Well, he's a very bright man, isn't he?
119.
He's got an incredible job, and I think he's aware of how much you can influence or encourage your opponent by
60.
negative body language and a poor attitude. Took me 30 odd years to work it out. A little bit too late, but there you go. Better late
51.
than never.
Yeah, but for some players, it's a release, isn't it? And it's so instinctual just to kind of do that. But I do agree. I think sometimes you can almost
96.
see when
Alex
visibly
Nicole,
when someone's kind of head has gone
134.
out of the game.
What you see now is a lot of players, if there's any emotional reaction, it's
98.
done behind the
James
opponent.
Nicole,
So not
160.
to feed them with encouragement. Well, we've seen one of these. We're not going to see another.
140.
I think Jared Cole's 160, treble 20 ball. I don't think I've ever seen it before. I don't know if we'll ever see it again. Ooh. But James Richardson
No score.
gets to
James
look
Ricard,
at a double
20.
again in this match. Double 10 for 3-3.
Game shot on the sixth leg. James Richardson.
Yeah, and there you have it. We now have a level match. Richardson there winning that leg has already surpassed the results that he's had so
So
far
the
against
final leg,
Spellman.
James
But
to throw first.
importantly,
Game
now
on.
he's got the darts. I mean, we have seen a few breaks of throw throughout the match. But I still think, you know, when it comes to that one leg shootout, having that
60.
advantage is massive.
Oh, it's huge. Nice smile from Spellman. No, I suppose
85.
when you've won 9 of your 10 matches, you're entitled to a little bit of a smile.
I guess it's one of the rarer opportunities where he kind of pulled it in the wrong bed, didn't he, and actually missed the chance to see out the match. But still in it at the moment, and opportunity here to forge ahead.
Well, yesterday
85.
when he was pushed by Neil Duff, he found something. A 112 finish on that occasion
60.
at 3-3. Was our final match of the session yesterday, which also tells me he doesn't suffer with fatigue or
134.
physical tiredness. Although in America they're used to playing, well, they play multiple tournaments on a day, never mind matches.
Yeah, it's going to get there 8
57.
a.m. and leave at about 10 o'clock at night. Done the Las Vegas Open a few times, and you kind of want to play and everything and make the most of it, but you also want to hit the casino. So you just basically on like a 24-hour loop.
That's why there's no windows and no clocks.
177.
Well, I said he usually finds something, and he's found a 177.
60. Alex Ricard, 20.
And that should be just about that. Yeah,
Game shot
and
on the
gets
match,
it
Alex
done. A
Spellman.
beautiful 13 darter, and as we said, when he has to, he tends to find something, and he found it there, an average of 90.51. Another win for Spellman against Richardson, his third of the week. And 3 180s in there, 2 to James and 1 to Alex. Well, we start the second cycle of matches with our fourth match up next. Bradley Roes against Neil Duff.
Welcome back to the Super Series, where Alex Spellman still tops the pile, but he had to survive a last leg scare there against James Richardson in our third game of the morning session. Let's round up what we've seen so far. Prior to that victory for Neil Duff against Christopher Toonders, whilst for Jared Cole, he got the better of Bradley Roes 4-2. Finished off for 160 on the bull after the treble 20 with the first dart. If you want to watch that in full, you can do over on our social media handles. Right, let's have a look and see how the table occupies itself then, because Spellman still has that 6-point lead, 8 left to play for here on day 3 of proceedings. Duff in second place on 14, Cole third place on 12, Roes and Toonders on 8. They're going to have strong ends to the day if they're going to break into the Group B occasion. We're going to see Bradley Roes in action now. He's going to take on Neil Duff. Had a very impressive start to his day, 97 average and getting the better of Toonders. Let's see what happens in this one by handing back down to Laura Turner and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, very good start to the day for Neil Duff. 97.62, 318 is 40% on the doubles and a 3-figure out, taking that ton finish. Bradley, well, a bad start in terms of result. Lost 4-2 to Jared, who produced that remarkable 160 finish. He averaged 83.83 in defeat, losing 4-2. Did miss a few darts at doubles in the end, 10 to be exact. He was 2 from 12.
First leg, Bradley
Did it a max.
first. Game on.
Neil Duff pretty much continuing where he left off yesterday. Had a decent average in defeat to Spellman, who he had multiple darts to beat in the end.
58.
Averaged 94.50 in that final match yesterday afternoon. Backed up with a 97 today.
100.
Almost playing himself into form, you'd think, Laura.
Well, yeah, I think actually that first match is probably a good example of it, because the opening leg, was it 21, 24 darts? It was, to turn that around
140.
and still end up with a 97 average. I think that just goes to show just how much Neil improved as the match went on.
Yeah, he did have a fabulous series of legs, winning
100.
in 14, 16, 13 and 15. That's competitive at any level, those kind of numbers.
58.
On Monday, Neil was a 4-1 winner over Bradley, averaged just shy of 84, 66% on the doubles. 4-1 yesterday. 81 average
45.
for Neil. Missed 14 darts at a double in that one, though.
$137.
Yeah, and I think perhaps for someone like Bradley Roes, he's shown moments very much like that, where he can be right within the mix. But I think it's just consistency, and probably this is a great opportunity to kind of play in front of the cameras and play this caliber of player.
20.
Neil Duff just seems to have just got this other level this week so far.
Yeah, I think experience. I think
Game shown on the first
consistency
leg. Bradley Roes.
comes with experience and learning about you as a player.
Second leg, Neil did third first. Game on.
And managing, again, as we say it, the mentality is managing the emotions of the roller coaster ride of playing a game of darts.
Yeah, I still get that kind of adrenaline buzz and kick. You hit 180 or a good checkout, you're like, oh, that's, it's a great feeling. But it's like you say, it's managing that as Bradley finds his second 180 of the match.
Yeah, I speak to a big fan of snooker, and even when you speak to
140.
someone who's had 400 or 500 centuries in their career, and I say to them, does it still sort of, give you a buzz when you hit a, hit a century? And they say, yeah, absolutely. No different to probably when you hit a 180. It's a similar feeling of satisfaction.
It's that age-old can of worms, isn't it? Which one's harder? Oh,
don't.
I won't say it, I promise.
It's not even up for debate.
$59.
It's like
Near the car,
momentum in sport.
139.
Not going there either.
No, I have used that word, especially in front of Rod Stud. Every so often, I get a look.
99.
Yeah, when we do the match play, and we all stay together, don't we, at the village hotel, and sit down and have a pint with him. I'll often sort of drop it in there, and just sometimes it'll go over his head, and he'll miss my element of banter, and then other times he gets it and sort of looks at me as if to say,
Game shot on the second leg.
No, Mason, I'm not having any of that. What a response that is. 13 darter.
Third leg, Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I think there's probably a different. We need a different word for it. I think momentum. It's not momentum. It's probably fostering a winning
134.
mentality, something that can carry you through. That we kind of identify as momentum because it's an easy word to use, but it's more.
Look in the dictionary what momentum means.
Yeah,
you've just summed it up perfectly.
140.
Yeah,
100.
I get what you're saying. It's hard to explain as a player or as any other sports person I've spoke to about that M word.
41.
We feel it, having played the game and going through that emotional feeling of thinking, I'm just on the crest of a wave. I'm not going to drop a leg. And I've spoken to snooker players about it.
180.
Mainly individual sports people. It's 3 and 3 for Bradley in terms of legs and 180s. Both players. No, it's the early stages, but an indication of how well the players have started this one. 102 the average
55.
for Bradley, 105 for Neil Duff. He may be about to find himself 2-1 adrift.
55. Bradley car 32.
So that is awkward. Can you just moving all around the hockey at the moment.
Game shot on the third leg.
Some
Bradley Roes.
Someone else who I spoke to about the M word, Andy Murray. And I think
Fourth leg, Neil to throw first. Game
in
on.
tennis, where the matches can be long and you can get on that streak.
100.
He certainly agrees with my idea that it's where you build a level of confidence
60.
where you do just ride out that, where you feel unplayable. I mean, we've seen it in darts so many times. Peter Wright springs to mind, and those couple of matches against Michael Smith that immediately
100.
springs to mind. One in the Worlds, and one in the Slam, where they just go on this unbelievable run.
Yeah, and tournament-wise, I think, especially in recent times, match play. A couple of years ago,
140.
Peter Wright, just unplayable.
Yeah, it's probably the most dominant performance from start to finish I can recall, outside
44.
of Phil Taylor's unbelievable dominance in the tournament. He never looked like he was going to get beat from dart 1 to the final dart going in the board.
180.
Wow. That's 4 in 4.
And Neil not able to pin one himself. So
Well, he's on record-breaking pace, but we're going to run out of legs.
yeah.
I like that play. Not the kind of
57.
play I
Near
would
the
take
car,
on if my opponent
157.
wanted a double.
No, but it's one of those shots that we kind of go for so often, and it's probably the way
83.
that I would look at going.
But
Bradley
you
O'Connor,
wouldn't,
64.
you wouldn't go for it in doing your practice routines, would you? You wouldn't go that way.
Probably not. I'd
No.
probably go up. So
Yeah. Ooh, that's a little low.
48. Near the car, 74. Game shot on the
Well, I
fourth
was
leg.
just, we
Neil
both
Duff.
went to speak at the same time because I wondered if that was a bit of a blocker.
Fifth leg, Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Despite a 180 in every leg of the match so far for Bradley, we've somehow produced 4 holds of throw.
134.
yeah, I think for Bradley, just a couple of key moments where he's missed on the outer ring. He's 2 from 7, around about 28.5% on
60.
checkouts, but his timing.
Yeah, like there on the 64. 64 is at the 48. And then just drag the first dart low. A bit too much adrenaline in there.
96. $83.
Should be ball.
139.
Well, no, not really. I don't even know where he started now. I've just looked at the score of Neil Duff. Nothing Neil Duff could do to leave a finish, so I'm not sure the reasoning
98.
behind starting on the 19s if you're
132.
not going to ultimately leave yourself a finish.
See, now I know there's a very strong argument why you wouldn't go for that, but I will say 132 has to be my most favourite finish. I think visually it's wonderful. There's lots of options, but no real damage done. But, you know, most players would...
The most likelihood, though, Laura, is
85. Bradley O'Connor, 78.
what are you most likely to leave a double at the end of the visit? Throwing at 20s or going at the ball?
Well, me, probably neither, but...
Touche.
58.
Well, he's not got it there, but he will be back.
$43. Bradley O'Connor, 20.
But again, Neil Duff. Down to a finish.
$10.
And this is it.
Neil
9 darts to
O'Connor,
get down to 132,
132.
and 9 darts later, Bradley's still not able to check out. And I think that's why we have the scoreline that we've got, because his scoring's been dominant.
Trouble 19 for your favourite show.
Don't know who's more disappointed, me or Neil there.
60. Bradley O'Connor, 10. Game
And
show on the
takes the
fifth leg.
lead.
Bradley Roes.
Well, it's decimated what was a very impressive average with that 21
Six
dart
leg
leg.
Neil
But
to throw
more
first.
importantly for
Game on.
Bradley, it's a 3-2 lead. Back comes Duff.
140.
That's a 6th 140.
It's one thing I've always kind of noticed with Neil. Obviously, I've seen him. I've known him for years on the WDF tour, and
60.
he's never done, is he? He's always got this bounce back ability, for want of a much more concise word. But
No, you're right. You're right. He's very much a bit
135.
of a scrapper. Will never throw it in. Back to the poker analogy. Doesn't know when to fold them.
96.
And it's
90.
most likely this one's going to go all the way. 6 if needed at 136 for Duff.
41. Neil the car 136.
Another scenario here, of course, where one player has not lost to the other player so far this week.
58.
In the case of Neil Duff, he's yet to lose to Bradley this week. 2 from 2.
60. Neil the car 78.
For this 4 a level match, and he's pulled it in the 4, so you can just see the disappointment. Just you do get those lapses of concentration, don't you? And we've often said it. Make sure of that single number.
28.
In this situation, you're almost already focusing on the next leg, aren't you? You're thinking, right, let's just get this one out of the way, and you're thinking, right, decide it.
Yeah, getting ahead of yourself. You need to finish this one
41.
first.
Neil the car 50.
We've seen the very best and the very worst of Bradley so far in this game.
Game shot on the
4
sixth leg.
180s
Neil
in
Duff.
4 legs, a couple of missed opportunities, and then a very, very poor
7
leg
and final
6.
leg.
He
Bradley to
wanted
through first. Game on.
203 after 15 darts thrown in that leg 6. Does have the darts here.
50
Love to
seconds.
add a 5th 180 to the tally. Yeah, twice as many 180s as he has 140s.
100. $140.
It's been scoring wise. You know, there's not much you can fault with Bradley. Okay, yeah, last leg possibly not
45.
his best, but
There's not been enough tons for me. I think that's where he's allowed Neil back in the game. I mean, Neil's hit twice as many scores of between a
180.
a ton and 140, but Bradley's hit nearly as many 180s as Duff's hit 140s.
55. Bradley the car 124.
Been a real mixed bag in terms of scoring.
yeah, and he doesn't have to go for this. Yeah, and to me, that's the sensible play with Neil back on 301.
100.
Great last start.
And that's why I think you're more likely to leave a double, keeping it simple, and
83.
having 3
Bradley the car
darts at
24.
a same target. But to win a very good game and get his first win of the week against Neil Duff, he's going to bust.
No score.
Yeah, it's strange, isn't it? 24 is a number that we leave quite a lot, and it does break down obviously into double 6.
134.
But then as
Bradley
soon as you
car
get into double
24.
3 territory, you know, it's nervy.
Yeah, that's where you do have that option. Maybe if you on that 1-2-4 of going the 418 route after a single 20 to leave 32 because of the breakdowns nicer.
Game shot on the
Well,
match.
I was just
Bradley
about to
Roes.
say, if he misses here and loses this one, he would be absolutely devastated. But a very worthy winner there, in my opinion. Bradley Roes taking it 4-3. Did miss 15 darts at the double, hence the average down at 83.97. But in the scoring phase of that match, he was outstanding. 5 180s, the most we've seen in one individual match so far this week. When we come back, Alex Spellman back in action against Jared Cole.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
So, from the latest ticketing news to the latest table news now, because before the break, we saw Bradley Roes get the better of Neil Duff by 4 legs to 3. Now, that means, as far as the table is concerned, as you can see, 6 points, the gap between Alex Spellman and Neil Duff, which means victory for Spellman in this one would spell the end of anybody's hopes of progressing their way through to Group A. The American would seal his spot into Saturday night's final. He's taking on Jared Cole in this one, who took out a 160 finish last time out on the ball. It was a finish so filthy, not even Barry Scott could have cleaned that one up. Right, let's get into the commentary box for this one and join Chris Mason and Laura Turner.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, so that was a disastrous result in terms of ambition in topping the table for Neil Duff, which would have been, well, mathematically possible, but highly unlikely. So in here for Alex, and it is pretty much job done. And remember, the only person so far to beat Alex is his opponent here, Jared Cole, who made a winning start to the day 4-2 with that wonderful 160 finish.
Yeah, Spellman got 9 games on the spin.
Yep.
First leg, Alex to
I
throw
might
first.
be wrong, but I don't think anyone has actually
Come
ever
on.
done 3 days of Group A winning every single game. I don't think, but
Did Jim McEwen do it?
he did go. He did have a very long winning
He
streak,
did.
didn't
He
he?
did have a long run. I've done so much darts, Laura. It all just washes into
It's
one.
just one big pool of dart
Yeah, it's
players.
just one long match that seems to last about 11 months. Yeah, Monday, Alex
100.
was a 4-1 winner with a 96.33 average, 66% on the doubles.
93.
Yesterday, it was Jared that got the better.
122.
Yeah, he was 8-0 at that point when Jared and Alex met. And Jared won 4-2. He was the 5-4
121.
underdog. Alex was 4-7. But he did miss 11 darts at a double. Still averaged 88.66, but his doubling was his undoing.
99. Jared Dakar, 147.
We saw Jared take out that very impressive 160 where treble 20 ball.
147 should be easy.
Yeah, I know.
Alex Dakar,
I was
80.
disappointed he missed the first one, but no.
Ooh, tops.
I like that weight. It
40.
makes sense. It's a
Jared
bigger
Dakar,
target.
88.
However, when you've got 3 darts at it, I just think the
2 darts in hand, absolutely. 3,
36.
you throw almost.
Alex
Well,
Dakar,
this is
40.
what I used to do. I used to throw a safe dart at tops,
Getting shot on the first leg. Alex
a
Spellman.
bit like that one. Well, that was my idea.
yeah.
The execution
Jared
may
to
have
go
been
first. Come
slightly
on.
different.
I've always kind of thought 3 darts in hand at 80. I'm quite old school. I'd still be going for treble 20
Yep.
because if I miss that, then I've still got 20 tops as an
140.
option. But when you go for tops and you throw it out, that's where it becomes a bit difficult.
For sure.
134. 60.
I'm sure you've obviously discussed it throughout the week, but Alex Spellman really is,
100.
you know, having a bit of a purple patch. You know, he's really kind of made himself known, and we will be seeing him at the PDC World Championships
Yes.
this year.
180.
Topped the CDC, which is one of the
Some feat.
yeah.
When you look at the class now in that field. And for me, I think
95. Jaraja car
in
121.
terms of potential, he's right up there with all the players I've seen from across the pond. Matt Campbell, Jeff Smith,
31.
Larry Butler, the list is endless. I think he's right up there in terms of potential. Larry Butler, of course, came from nowhere really to win the World Match Play.
47. Jaraja car 90.
I mean, John Part, obviously the lovely.
Game shot on the
Yeah,
second
John
leg.
Part, obviously
Jericho.
the main man from across the pond. But since John, we've had lots of players who have
Alex
threatened
to throw
to do
first.
things.
Game on.
Leonard Gates, obviously, doing massive things in the seniors. But I think Spellman he's as close as I've seen to having the complete package to kick on. And I'd like to see his progression
139.
with a tool card.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. To say
140.
we've seen a lot of players, and I think it's great. I think, you know, darts is still evolving in certain countries, and
Certainly in America, it's been a soft tip.
and it's so similar with Asia. Asia, I would
85.
say, you know, that's very and still is predominantly soft tip, but we're
But they
seeing
are
more and more.
creeping towards enjoying, well, because they're seeing more and more steel tip on
100.
telly, and you know, darts is darts. It's, I don't know, I suppose it's not quite comparing squash to tennis, but they're racket sports, if you know what I mean. And that transition across
57.
should be reasonably simple. The area that most fall down on is the counting.
Yeah. I've tried it the other way. Obviously, I've only ever really done steel tip, and I did venture into soft tip. and
69.
It is the most overwhelming experience for
Yeah.
your senses.
Yeah,
There's
the
music,
machine goes bonkers, doesn't it?
music, lights, and it tells me what to do.
Yeah.
It's very bossy.
Yes. It's a bit like my sat nav. You want speed?
125.
I used to like a challenge. I used to either set my sat
98.
nav up in
Jaraja
French.
car 95.
Oh, wow. Oui.
I had no idea where I was going, but it sounded good.
46. Jaraja car 94.
19. Leaves ball.
56.
Not this time,
Jaraja
Jared.
car 49.
So ups for 9 for tops.
39.
Oh,
Jaraja
miss.
car
Not happy with his
38.
grip. Gesturing. Jared splits. And he hits.
Game shot on the third leg.
Break a
Jericho.
throw. Jared Cole leads 2-1. Is he going to do the double over Alex
Both leg
Spellman?
Jared to throw first. Game on.
Spellman in the background there, just a bit of a phantom throw, kind of
140.
indicating
The
that
old
it's a
ghost throw.
ghost throw. That's what I would call it. Some people say phantom, some say ghost. I don't know.
It's one of those, isn't it? Tomato, tomato.
123. Check. 180.
They're ganging up on him now.
You have to do a double check yourself. That one's also a
180.
180.
For the majority here as well, you see great camaraderie between the players,
38.
and they do have a bit of fun up there.
And you have to say, you know, the referees, they are up there. They really do put in a shift.
He
It's,
did
105.
607 legs last week.
I think I was there when he reached 500, and he definitely let us know he'd done quite a few.
Yeah, that was the first thing he told me. Do you know how many legs I did last week? He actually
100,
worked out how many
WK
points or
76.
something he called. He has done a shift.
$30.
Said to him, renegotiate your contract, pal. Get paid per leg.
Yeah, that would be nice.
And I think I'm trying to think if it was Monday that we played. We started off and we played I think it was
96.
27 of a
46.
possible 28 legs, and I sort of thinking to myself, poor old Paul Hinks,
38.
getting put through the
Alex
ringer.
Lucar,
Now this
87.
is where Spellman has been so good. These clutch finishes. Wants the ball. Does like a ball.
52.
Honestly, he does like the ball.
Car 8. Game shot on the fourth leg. Jared
Yeah,
Cole.
again, good finish in there from Jared Cole, but races into a 3-1 lead, and it kind of goes back to what you
This
say.
leg
When
Alex is through first.
the only
Game on.
game that Spellman has lost so far this week is to Jared Cole, and he's finding himself in trouble once again. So it just sows that seed of doubt that we were talking about.
Yeah. And I'm not sure, again, whether momentum is the right word against a player,
140.
but you just have that mentality of, I fancy this.
Yeah, I think, I'm not saying it in this instance,
60.
but there are players that you probably played against the year that they're kind of in your pocket,
Yeah,
aren't they?
yeah, well, yeah, and I've added it, you know, obviously you can't include Taylor, but all the other normal dart players, you know, there were some players I just had a
84.
horrific record against, Kevin Painter being one of them. Horrible record. But if you actually matched up our numbers, it shouldn't have been the case.
180.
But was, because, again, that the mentality sometimes.
Where you become a bit too eager and a bit too desperate's the wrong word, but you know, when you get the opportunity
100.
to finish a leg, you just try that maybe element like a bit too hard,
For sure.
and then it becomes a thing.
Yes.
95. $89. $56. Alex Lucar 88.
Okay, so this for a holder throw needs double 14.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Yeah, and
Alex
like you're saying,
Spellman.
that's that kind of clutch finishing that we've seen so often from him this week.
He's just so good at it. He just is so good, so good.
Six leg Jared to throw first. Game on.
He handles the occasion very, very well. So, just looking through
46.
our Facebook post from at MSS Darts, and someone put, why didn't he stay on treble 20 with the second dart and check out with double 20? It was classy indeed. I just don't understand the reason.
100.
Well, we'll try and show you a shot over the shoulder of Jared. And if he
97.
can somehow magically produce a dart similar to the one that was in the treble 20, we'll show you exactly why he didn't stay on the treble 20. Because
100.
as the dart entered the treble 20, as you can see, his darts lay across to the right. So that's why. Well, that couldn't have been more
35.
I was going to say,
perfectly timed, could it? And trust me, we are live. So that's why it was in the treble 20. The dart angled across. He didn't feel that he could land a treble 20 to leave top. So he played percentages,
140.
opted to go ball, and he hit it. So he was right. The end.
99. Alex Vakar, 161.
So Spellman just looking to lay up here. Yeah, does so
137.
very well. So we are looking at another match going all the way.
140. Alex Vakar, 24. No score.
Yeah, and that
Vakar, 84.
was awkward.
Very. I'd say sometimes the camera angles we show don't often tell us
59.
or show
Alex
us
Vakar, 24.
what we can see, what the player can see themselves. So double 12 for a level game.
Game
Never
shot
in
on the
doubt.
sixth leg. Alex Spellman. So the final leg, Alex to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, there's a bit of a shake of the head there from Alex. Not quite sure he's happy with the performance level, but he's still averaging over 90.
81.
Been a good match from the pair of them. I guess from Alex's point of view, he's been quite used to running away with some of these matches so far this week.
100.
I just always feel that at the
78.
moment, when we're in this kind of situation, Alex always seems to find a way. And that's what players do when they're confident and
55.
informed.
Check
And
95.
that confidence, of course, is felt by the opponent. They realise they're playing a man who feels like he's going to win every game he plays.
45.
Yeah, gesturing, get up. Treble 20 leaves 170.
96.
It's okay. He's 87 in front on the Spellman throw. Certainly not how I thought this leg was going to play out.
No, and just like that, and you could see from that reaction, it was very much a, where's that been for the last few legs?
180. Alex Vakar, 117.
6 in the match. 4 from Cole. And, well, he will be fuming because the treble 5 left 102, which can't be done in 2.
81.
But he leaves
Double
double
Vakar,
18.
50.
But it's double 15. Oh, 7 double 4. 3 double 6.
24.
That
Alex
was the
Vakar,
danger in
36.
leaving double 15, Laura.
Yeah, no, I agree. So this for the match.
Game shot on the match.
And
Alex
there
Spellman.
you go. There is a slight shrug, but it's played in such great sportsmanship. But for Alex Spellman, it is again job done. Averages for that, Alex Spellman around 92.69, Jericho 91.21, but just missed some crucial doubles. Do join us after a short break where we see Christopher Toonders taking on James Richardson.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Alex Spellman has sealed his place into Saturday night's final thanks to a 4-3 victory against Jared Cole before the break. Cole missing darts to win that particular match, but Spellman is into Saturday night's finale. He has amassed 22 points, and he now cannot be caught at the top of the pile. Right, next up, Christopher Toonders in action. He needs to win to really keep his Group B hopes alive. He's seen the slip up from Jared Cole and knows that he's now in business up against James Richardson, who is going to pretty much consign himself to Group C on Thursday and Friday, respectively. Right, Chris and Laura are in comms for this.
Looks like Christopher throw first.
Thanks, Henry. Yeah, job done for Spellman. 22 points, most Duff can get to. With 3 to play is 20.
99.
Most Jared could get to from 12 is 18. Do not expect Spellman to switch off. I don't think
45.
he's made that way.
No, he doesn't look like it, does he? And yeah, just it's his time and the shots that
60.
Spellman can produce just at really key moments in a match.
And that's another reason why I think potentially he can go on and do some big things in the game.
Well, we quite often say, don't we, especially like when you're making, say, debuts
48.
or if you haven't had a lot of big TV appearances, that can play a factor. But just looking at him and his attitude,
85.
I don't think he doesn't seem like he'd be bothered.
No, he's not. He plays fearlessly, doesn't he? There's no. He doesn't seem to feel
95.
pressure. You can't fault his timing at times.
121.
Well, no matter what happens here, it's going to be a quick one. Both like to get on with it. Both, of course, know each other's game well enough already.
60. Christopher Carr, 136.
On Monday, Chris was a full
He's from
3
the
winner.
first leg. Christopher Toonders.
Yet another game where James had the higher average, 86 for James, missed 10 at a double, 85.06
Second leg, James
for
to throw
Chris
first. Game on.
yesterday. Chris completed the double, winning full 3 with an 88.55. Guess what?
100.
James had a 93.48. Sums up the opening couple of days for James Richardson.
95.
Yeah, I guess those kind of averages, they indicate that when James when he's on it, he's really running away with legs. But obviously when he's losing legs, he's
100.
not really in the mix.
Again,
85.
timing is everything, especially in sport. Is he going to risk it?
180.
Oh, a bit of an Andrew
I
Gilding.
was going to say, nice little thumbs up there.
140. James Carr, 121. $87.
Talking of Andrew Gilding, he's been handed a bit of a toughie at the Grand Prix. Rob Cross,
149. James Carr, 34.
second level counting from Toonders.
Game shot on the second leg. James Richardson.
Rarest double on the board. Well, the one that's hit the fewest.
Third leg, Christopher throw first. Game on.
I think because a lot of us as well, we kind of will prefer double 16 because it's so
93.
close, the two, to switch the double out. It's quite often a natural little choice as opposed to going for it.
Absolutely, and that is the benefit of the double 16. Like I say, it's
100.
if you come inside, it's a small adjustment, and of course the way it breaks down.
96.
16s, 8s, 4s, 2s. The only one you don't like is on the end of that one, the double 1.
I definitely don't. I think there is a wonderful video out there of me and Corinne Hammond
140.
at the World Championships. Enough said.
I'd personally just take it off the board, the 1 completely, and the 5.
60.
Yeah.
Wayne would approve of that anyway, that's for sure, especially the 5.
Yeah, there is something quite, almost sadistic about the way that a dartboard is set up with the 1 and the 5
57.
next to the 20.
Yeah, well, it's actually not mathematically the perfect
100.
board. that has been done at a university in terms of the sequence of numbers and position, but it's pretty damn close.
100. Christopher Carr, 152. $120.
A couple of
Christopher Carr,
bullseyes.
104. $92. Christopher Carr, 32. Game shot on the third leg. Christopher Toonders.
Fine adjustment in the end. Another hold. Not before
Fourth leg,
Richardson
James to
had a
serve
dart.
first. Game on. $57.
Yeah, and as you say, really nice pace to this game. I think the pair complement each other.
57.
Sometimes if you're not as speedy as your opponent, you can kind of get wrapped up in their throw.
Well, you can end up throwing quicker to try and compensate if they're slower. But when you're both fairly rapid, you get that.
60.
It's almost like you're practicing on your own. You're just going round in a circle.
I find it very dizzying against some players. Just as you're walking back, they've already like
84.
released their second or third dart. So yeah, I've played a few players like that in my days.
And the quickest around in my day would have been Richie Gardner.
54.
Yeah, funny enough, I'm playing last night with Aaron. He was.
That was he. Yeah, he was
99.
real quick.
And he's still pretty rapid. Vaguely remember him doing something on, I don't know if you remember, well, You Bet? Remember that old program? I think he was trying to pop balloons as quickly as possible.
55.
I think he did all barring the last one, if I remember
wow.
rightly.
97. $100. Christopher Carr, 164. $124.
His setup play in this match has been outstanding.
Yeah, and just mathematically the combinations and the speed that he throws out, you know, he's either counting very quickly on the hop or just knows the finishing off the top of his head.
45.
I'd be
Christopher Carr,
having the
40.
abacus out. I'm still trying to add it up.
Getting shot on the fourth leg. Christopher Toonders.
He is so quick.
Look at that, Christopher
3 out
Throw
of 5
first.
on the doubles,
Game on.
60%. Better one, 3-6. Averaging 97. This is by
82.
far his best display.
$58.
Yeah, and of course, he's also kind of win here would sit him on 10 points, fourth on the table, pressurising Jared Cole
Yes.
there for
100.
a spot in Group B.
And they have to meet in 4 games' time.
81. $97.
His highest recorded average in official competition is 98.76 for Christopher. If he can take 222 out in 5,
61.
he may well set a PB.
And he's looking good for it.
135.
Still on. 51.36. It would be very, very close.
60. Christopher Carr, 87. $55.
And if Chris does win this leg, won't be having a PB in terms of average, but it will be a very comprehensive win, once again, over James Richardson.
60. Christopher Carr, 32.
Yeah,
James
goes
Sullivan,
high
that's
side,
for Toonders.
gets a job done. A very, very good performance. And his best performance this week, 95.12 in doing a bit of a job on James Richardson. 4 out of 7 on the doubles, 57.14%, and a high finish of 136. And he's now within 2 of Jared Cole. Up next, Bradley Roes and Group A winner, Alex Spellman.
Welcome back to the Super Series. We're a couple of rounds down here on day 3, which means it's time to get the assessment of Mace the Ace, Chris Mason, and what we've seen so far. These are the results then from the 6 fixtures that we have seen up to press, and we can confirm Alex Spellman's place in the final because a couple of victories and a slip up from Duff means that the American is through.
Yeah, and 2 very, very tight victories in the end, wasn't it? It was almost like he was aware of what he needed to do, but he's got the job done. 4-3 win over Richardson. And then a 4-3 win over Jared Cole.
Yeah, let's break down how Spellman got there. And in that opening game, that 1-7-7 setup and checkout shot against James Richardson. Richardson, who got out of the traps quite well in that particular match. But Spellman, as you say, those moments of brilliance we've seen all week, and this was huge.
Yeah, and I mean, if he's not taking out a clutch finish, it's his approach play. And at 3-3 here, the game's up for grabs. And he'd not played particularly well in this deciding leg. And I think I was just discussing with Laura that, you know, his timing sometimes is impeccable, and he's done it again there, and it's job done for him. He can relax. Not necessarily. I don't think he's that type of player that will switch off. We've seen players like that in the past. I don't think that's in his makeup.
Could he actually be the type of player that could be even more dangerous because he's relaxed?
Possibly, yeah. He can play with a little bit more freedom. He can experiment with a few things, but ultimately he's just here to win.
Meanwhile, elsewhere, well, this could well be checkout of the year, couldn't it? Jared Cole, 160 to win the match, 60, and then this is just disgusting.
Yeah, it's a shame we couldn't have switched straight away because we weren't quite sure what he was going to do. I called it early because, you know, having seen so much of Jared, I know his dart doesn't look like it's laying across, but I can assure you it was, and that made the second bullseye even more remarkable.
Luke Littler, who this, isn't it?
Yeah, hold my dart case. But yeah, it was a special moment for Jared, and something that I'm sure you remember. And of course, with the world we live in now, it's already everywhere.
You know, we were talking about Instagram Reels yesterday. I think it might end up on one of them. Right, let's have a look at the table and confirm Alex Spellman's place through to the final. 22 points enough for him because Neil Duff now he can't get to that particular mark. So Neil Duff on 14, Jared Cole on 12, and the battle really is going to be for Group B darts come Thursday and Friday respectively. We're going to see Alex Spellman up next. He's taking on Bradley Roes. Now, what would be your assessment of his day up to press?
Yeah, I think he's been a little bit better today. I think they're both trying to chase down Jared and Neil at the moment to try and secure a spot in Group B, and they're within touching distance. Horribly, though. Bradley has to play Alex, who, like you say, maybe a little bit more relaxed now. We may see even better darts from him.
Be interesting to see how this one pans out. Chris is going to make his way down to the commentary box to describe all the action in the company of Laura Turner. Hello, Laura.
Hi, Henry. Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, as you mentioned, the top spot is now all sewn up with Alex Spellman making his way to finals now Saturday. But who will be making Group B? And I think this is where we're going to see quite a bit shaping up on the table. Bradley Roes, another one of those players. He sat there at the moment on 10 points. Still
First
very
leg, Bradley
much
to
within
through
the mix
first.
for a place in Group B. Lost his
Game on.
opener against Jared Cole, but then took that win over Neil Duff. What can he do here against Alex Spellman?
33.
I see Chris has hot-footed it down from the balcony.
I did. I just passed through the
91.
players' room to have a little chat with Jared. I just sort of pointed at him and said, "Filth." He said, "Oh, I had to go that way. I had to go." Of course, they can watch
60.
the coverage in the many screens we have in the players' sort of rest and practice area. And I said, "I know. I already said that, pal."
60.
The world we live in today, there's an automatic response, and he's probably thinking, "Oh no, people will think I was showing off." Oh, who cares?
No, if you hit the whole thing about darts is you've got to
43.
hit what you're aiming at, and that's what he did. But yeah, I don't think it was done deliberately.
No,
was
I
it?
don't.
Well, as in showboating.
Yeah, I can assure you he'd have rather had another treble 20 and a dart at tops.
60.
We're obviously pleased he didn't go that way.
Yeah. Also, just keeping up, it's the men's singles over today at the WDF.
92.
Ooh, any early news?
Yeah, we've got a few players that we've seen here at the MODUS Super Series that have already gone through. We've got James Harrell. Scott Mitchell did have a very tough opener and actually lost 4-3 to America's Joe Cheney. Another
Oh, yeah.
good American.
135.
Good player.
Yeah, last week's winner, Andreas Harrison, out there. He's won his first match 4-0.
Yeah, they had a good run in the pairs as well, didn't they?
56. Alex Ricard, 155.
Andreas and his partner yesterday. It's such a shame that the World Cup's just not televised. I remember all
99.
the internationals back in the day, the home internationals used to get on, pretty sure it was ITV Sport in the afternoon.
Yeah, Yeah, the makeup's changed slightly, and obviously even with the kind of Lakeside
55.
World Championship now,
This is
it's
what's,
Alex
this is
O'Connor,
what's frustrating.
56.
We're seeing so much of sport. Let's just watch this go in.
36.
We're seeing so much sport, especially sort of international men's and ladies sport broadcast on television now. This is the opportunity where you get to see, you know, the women's World Cup teams represented all around. What a great opportunity.
45. Alex O'Connor, 20.
Amazed a broadcaster wouldn't want to pick it up. Oh, wow.
No score. Bradley O'Connor,
yeah, a
117.
bit of a tactical bust there from Alex Spellman. But I agree. I just think there's such an opportunity there.
Well, and you got the boys and the girls playing as well.
Yeah, I think it's the England's Paige Pauling, Hannah Meek, very accomplished players. Paige Pauling
97.
actually
Alex
will
O'Connor,
be
20.
featuring in the women's England side. She came through a qualifier recently. Just a lot of talent that I don't think
15.
people would have actually
Bradley
would
O'Connor,
have ever
20.
seen.
Yeah, or have ever seen, especially the new demographic of dart fans we have nowadays. They would have never seen international matches being played, and it's totally different. And the whole ceremony,
shot
the
on the first leg.
presentation,
Bradley Roes.
it's incredible. I just think they're missing a trick sometimes with that type of
Second
thing.
leg, Alex to throw first. Game on.
We see so much of the PDC's predominantly 128 players, isn't it? And it, excluding the World Series events, of course. So,
43.
it is a great opportunity to see potentially players of the future and players from other countries and watch their development evolve and grow.
Yeah, I will say it's one of the reasons actually why I like
100.
the World Championships, is especially those opening rounds, is because you do get to see different people.
Yeah, but predominantly we're seeing the familiar faces over and over.
$180.
Perfect example of the strength in mind from Spellman.
$100. $85.
Just a really kind of nice, smooth, slight move of the shoulder, but nice action there.
Yeah, there's certainly, there's plenty to like about
60.
both players' throws. Both different. As you can see, everything stays fairly planted. It's just a slight twist, isn't it? But nothing too dramatic. Yeah, he's going to go, rightly so, for the treble 20. Would have left double 8.
137.
And it's strange because it wasn't until I started probably playing on the women's series and and being on a regular stream that I realised that my throw, almost,
140.
where I twist the dart, the dart comes across my face. And everyone's like, "Why do you throw it like that?" And I never realised I did. I just throw them.
16.
Well, I started to do a bit of coaching right as we went into lockdown, and I was doing it with pretty much beginners, because I think, I'm not saying coaching doesn't work at a certain level. I think
49.
it's a combination of anything
Alex O'Connor, 40.
when you work with an already established player. And the one
shot on the
thing
second
I
leg.
introduced
Alex
was
Spellman.
the ability to film a player throwing 360 degrees, so you can
Third
look
leg,
at
Bradley
every
to throw
element
first. Game on.
of the stability, the feet positioning in relation to the body, which obviously is imperative that everything's lined up, and the player's
100.
response from seeing that is so much easier to explain when you're trying to show them why and where and when. And it is a huge advantage. And we see so many players making their debut on TV or on stream in the Super Series. And it's no surprise that when they do return, they come back improved because they have that ability to
60.
analyze themselves.
Yeah, I think so. When I started all those many years ago, I think one of my first county games was against London and yourself.
Yeah.
30.
Probably started off with maybe 4 to 5 inch
Heels.
It's taken a lot of years. I think that was the one favour COVID did for me, because actually when I was practicing at home, I've then reduced it to a very
97.
tiny heel. But yeah, when you talk about stability, sometimes little stilettos are probably not the most practical.
No. Well, you look at most men's shoes, though, they have some form of heel, whether it be
119.
even what's most popular now, playing in a trainer. So you've still got that element of where it just tilts that lead foot up slightly. That will give you the stability you need.
140.
Not that I have any experience of playing in heels.
Well,
heels.
that's for the evening session, right?
45. Bradley Car 104.
Double 16.
88.
Ooh, good effort.
Alex
Nicely
Car
thrown dart as well. Nice
127.
and aggressive. Didn't just sort of float it in the general direction. Really attacked the target. No 127.
37. Bradley Car 16.
Well, I did say, maybe a little prematurely, that I don't think Alex was the type of player to switch off, but I think he may be
No score.
definitely taking
Alex
a
Ricard,
bit of a
90.
game off in terms of sharpness. I think he's playing with a bit of relief that it's done and dusted.
Yeah, and we have seen it before, haven't we? With other people, when you know that you're, definitely through or definitely
80.
out.
Bradley Car
Yeah,
16.
maybe he's the type of player that needs some element of risk in there and an urgency to get the best out of him. Well, it's in there.
Game shot on the
Just
third
about.
leg. Bradley Roes.
Certainly made Paul Hinks have a second look.
Fourth leg Alex to throw first. Game on. $100.
Just looking at we see all different kinds of shirts. I will say, I actually really do quite like Alex Spellman's shirt. I wonder if the hieroglyphs together actually spell anything out.
Yeah, mean anything, yeah.
My
140.
ancient Egyptian hieroglyph reading is a bit rusty.
Well, as long as he's got plenty of cats on it, I'm a fan anyway, as you know.
$171. $100. Alex
Definitely a
Ricard
more
90.
positive leg here from Alex Spellman, down to 90 and just 9.
We went for double, but
54.
not found it.
Bradley Car 121.
Obviously, I know now for Alex, if he did go and lose the rest of the games, he'd still be through to finals. But with 90 left, I still think 20.
Yeah, for sure.
57.
He's kind of
Alex
got
Ricard,
away with it.
36.
But when your opponent's on 1-2-1, I just think you want to make sure and guarantee yourself a shot at a double.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Alex Spellman.
Gets there in the end for 2-2.
Fifth leg, Bradley to throw
Big game
first.
coming up
on.
next for Neil Duff against James Richardson. He could put himself into,
60.
well, pretty much into Group B with a win against James.
When you have that one player that perhaps hasn't, James has had one win each day,
96.
they can really upset the apple cart because they're the games you go into thinking, right, he hasn't won much, so you really want to win that one. But
And how many times have we seen a player defeat someone who can still qualify,
137.
get beat by someone who can't?
yeah, no, we've seen it quite a bit.
And that feels horrible because you're almost stood behind them going, why are you even
85.
trying? But that's a great example of the integrity here at the Super Series. We've seen it so often.
Yeah, everyone here wanting to win every single game.
Yeah, we've seen it with Dead Rubbers,
45.
where they're absolutely going hammer and tongs.
It's like anything, it's pride, but it's also,
Yeah.
you know what it's like in the players' room. It's a bit of bragging rights as well.
Absolutely.
180.
For sure.
Needs to find the treble.
99.
Yeah,
Alex
does.
Carr,
Good last
140.
start.
Whatever it means, Laura,
60.
it sounds
Got a new
like
car,
something you need to go to the
160.
doctors for, but apparently the 160 from Jarrell Cole's gone viral. Not sure if there's any treatment for it.
60. Alex Carr, 80.
Tops for 3-2.
Game shot on
Never
the
in
fifth
doubt.
leg. Alex Spellman.
Don't forget, you can follow us on the social medias at MSS Darts, all one word, Facebook, Instagram,
Sixth leg, Alex to
TikTok,
throw
and
first.
I'm
Game
going
on.
to still call it Twitter, I'm afraid.
Yep, with you on that. Still can't get my head round X.
Are
58.
you a blocker on Twitter?
Not overly. No, no one's
Are
been...
you now numb to it?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah.
Luckily, I don't get too much
60.
hassle most of the time, and that's not an invitation, please, to hassle me.
I've just been told that, and of course I've not been on there for a
134.
couple of years now, but the mute button's better because they don't know that you've done it. So they must be, that must annoy them, especially the mentality of these people, that must drive them
100.
insane. I might just go on there and mute everybody just to, might make a return. Automatic mute.
Yeah, used properly. I absolutely love social media. I love
139.
engaging with people, having a
Yeah.
chat. But there's always one or two that.
Yeah, but
Perhaps.
you don't get it off people that use their real names, do you?
140.
profile
Alex
pictures.
Carr,
Funny that, isn't it?
170.
Yeah, that would have been a nice way for Alex Spellman
Yeah.
to have finished off this match.
The perfect way
96.
to finish, but still in control. Just depends how much pressure can be applied. Not too much. Certainly not
58.
enough.
Alex Carr, 74.
74 to wrap it up. 42, 32. 20 and tops. Of course, it's never a blocker for him. As you can see from that angle,
34.
perfect.
Bradley Carr, 143.
That is one of the advantages that we spoke about. And the advantage Gurney has of having the ability to throw the flatty.
Yes, very good, isn't it?
That takes some
64.
ball.
Alex Carr, 40.
Because if it goes wrong, it really goes wrong.
Could go anywhere.
Game shot
Well,
on
that's
the
not
match.
gone
Alex
anywhere.
Spellman.
That's gone in tops, and it's another win for Alex Spellman. This time 4-2 with an 85-46. 3 180s in there for Alex, but did miss 14 a double, hence the average being 85-46, because it was much better performance in terms of the scoring phase. When we come back, the big games continue. This time, Neil Duff takes on James Richardson.
To the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Alex Spellman get the better of Bradley Roes by 4 legs to 2, hitting 3 maximums in the process and an average of 85.5. That derailing Bradley's chances of Group B darts. Right, next up for us, it is Neil Duff in action up against James Richardson. Watching this one in the commentary box, it's Chris Mason and Laura Turner.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Yes, this table is now starting to take shape, and I don't know what you think, but this could be quite a decisive match here for Neil Duff. Sat second at the moment on 14 points with James Richardson at the bottom, but James has been playing well. He's just, results just haven't gone his way. This could be a bit of a
Neil to
spoiler.
throw first.
Yes, he could play the spoiler role. A win for Neil, and he goes on to 16 points. Well, Christopher has played 12 matches, so he's got 3 to go. So he could potentially reach 16, but he has to play Jared, who's also on 12. So
23.
a win for Neil, as we said a little earlier in this one, and it's job done in terms
100.
of Group B. The remaining matches for Neil after this one
140.
is Alex Spellman, which I'm sure he will be keen just to notch up a win against, just in case their paths
45.
do cross on Saturday night. And then he would be playing Jared Cole, which could well turn out to be for Group B.
Yes, yeah.
58.
Still quite tight at the moment.
$58.
Even the body language of James now, he's probably can't wait for
45.
Group A to be over, and then he'll have that reset mentality going into tomorrow afternoon's Group C, where you just start afresh. Of course, his son Josh will be in the group with him, so that familiarity
85.
will
Near
probably
the car,
make him feel good.
135.
I normally would go bull here, but only has. That surprises me.
66.
Yeah, I think that last one was for the treble 18, which would have left him double eight.
127. Near the car, 69.
This can be awkward, but that's a great dart. So double 12.
57.
Yeah, just on
James
the
your car,
wire.
86.
So chance for an early break here for James Richardson. Needs the ball.
50. Near the car, 12. No score. James your
Yes,
car,
that split
36.
again, 6-3. Just awkward.
Horrible. It's just horrible, isn't it?
Yeah.
Game shot on the first leg. James Richardson.
Yeah, that opened the door there for James Richardson, who gets that early breaker throw, and you can just see a bit of despondency
like
there,
James to
shaking the
throw
head from
first,
Neil
game
Duff.
on. 80. $60.
It's quite easy, isn't it? You get to this business end of the the group stages, and you can get really quite embroiled in your own little
100.
journey. You just think, just need that one more win. I've had a few, just one more, and it can all start to unravel.
59.
Yeah, my approach was, right, okay, let's just sort of switch the pressure nozzle off a little bit
100.
and try and throw with a bit of freedom in preparation, and in turn that allowed me to just relax a little and play better. And again, it's down
55.
to the mentality and managing your mentality.
$121.
Yeah, Richard just dominating this second leg. Doing the shake of the head once again from Neil Duff, and
85.
that's the other thing
James
that you can do, isn't
Huracan,
it? You
100.
start kind of reinforcing a negativity when you start
Yes.
missing. It's easy for me to sit here and talk about it, but it's actually when you see it.
Yeah, well,
40.
we've both experienced it. That's the difference. We both understand the turmoil that players go through.
137.
We've
James
put
Huracan,
through the
60.
ringer ourselves.
Game shot on the second leg. James Richardson.
And this sometimes is the irony that when you don't really need to hit the doubles, guess what?
Third leg Neil to
They
throw
absolutely
first.
fly
Game
him.
on.
But it's like you say, you kind of have that little bit of. I don't think James necessarily will feel relieved that he obviously, is going to be in Group C. Would have wanted to have
100.
done better. However, now he knows that there's nothing he can do about it. You can kind of relax to it.
Yeah, how often, and that's about teaching yourself to
45.
play under pressure, but almost be ignorant to it. How often do we see a player, especially at the World Championships, which we both cover, you for Sky, me for TalkSport, that a player can
121.
be 3 sets down, he's pretty much out of the game, and then all of a sudden he plays his best darts because he's playing with freedom. The shoulders are open, he's relaxed, and he's playing like
121.
he would in practice. What you've got to be able to do is teach yourself to be able to do that all the time, which is why the very best and the elite players
140.
that we cover do it so frequently. They have that ability to just switch the brain off.
I just think perfect example
66. Near the
in a
car,
match again that
140.
involved James Richardson was Mikuru Suzuki. 2 sets down, 2-0 down in the third set, comes back to force, a deciding set and really did push
100.
James Richardson.
Yeah. It's all about playing with absolute freedom and being carefree. I'll say you got
96. Near the car,
you
40.
got to play like you don't care, but focus like everything
Game on the
depends
third
on
leg. Neil Duff.
If you could bottle that, you'd make quite a bit of money.
it. I used to. It was called
Fourth leg, James to
Sauvignon
through
Blanc.
first. Game on.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's what got me to that mental state.
58. $85. $60.
Chance here really for Duff to
100.
perhaps find a break back because he will need it now. He's going to win this match.
134.
Another result while we're watching
140.
a Northern Irishman and good friend of Neil Duff's, Chris Gilliland, has just produced
60.
a super performance in a 4-1 win over Canada's Ross Snook. He averaged 104.21.
Nice. Very good.
100.
He must be due another opportunity here.
140. Neil the car, 76.
Yeah. Quite a few players out there on the WF World Championships that
Game
I've
shot on the
actually
fourth
been
leg.
here.
Neil Duff.
Yes, yeah, a lot of the players. Well, Andy Barton's is through to
Fifth leg, Neil to throw first. Game on.
the same round as Gilliland, as is Ben Robb and Dyson Parody and Stefan Belmont.
100.
And reading through a lot of those World Cup names, oh, he's been here, he's been here, he's been here.
just in it, Ray Smith and Andy Barton's beat England's Jamie Atkins.
60.
Jamie was top of the UKDA averages. Some real talent over there.
Are you still playing county darts?
Yes.
135.
Match this weekend.
Who are you playing this weekend?
85.
I think we've got Cornwall.
Down at Cornwall or
No,
home?
no, it's home.
Ah, lucky you.
Yeah, it's a home match.
137.
And it kind of goes to what you were saying earlier about just juggling everything. So I've got parents, my daughter's friends to watch the girls so that they can go and play football, so that I can come and play darts.
13.
Trying to kind of
You're the
harness
card
their
129.
interests while still doing ours.
Not hired a nanny yet.
Oh, God, that would be lovely, wouldn't it?
Double 18 for a beauty.
Game shot on the fifth
yes,
leg.
Neil
Neil Duff.
Duff. 12 darter, 129 out. Another fabulous finish. We have seen a
Six
few
leg, James to throw
today.
first. Game on.
136. Chris Toonders. Had a ton already
44.
today from Neil, of course. That miraculous 160 and a beautiful 129 there. That's another one that's aesthetically pleasing, isn't it?
121.
When you go that way.
Yeah, as a player, you know, when you've got those kind of
40.
three-figure checkouts, it's when they offer you options.
Yeah.
That's when it.
Well, that 129, a perfect example. If you don't hit the treble, you've still got the option of 60 ball. If you hit the 57, you've got
60.
well multiple options on the 72, double 18, 48, 24, 36, 36.
I remember
60.
having that finish left at a county match, actually. Now you mentioned county, hitting the 57 and kind of going, don't normally hit that, what's left?
140.
It's weird, the finishes that stick in your mind. Like there was one that I took out multiple times in a space of a couple of weeks, and that was 57 ball 32, and I shouldn't really have even
85.
gone for the ball. Should have been 42 tops, really, but I hit it once and hit it again and hit it again and hit it again.
60.
As you could see, not happy with not finding a treble on that turn.
105. Near the car,
Sensible
120.
from James. Oh, can't finish. Well, ton left. Treble 20 leaves tops.
35.
He's hit another
James
treble
car,
5 somehow.
167.
Didn't look like there was room there, that side.
Yeah, Duff is another one of those players that lets you know how he feels.
95.
Yeah, fairly animated.
Near the car, 85.
Would make another poor poker player. I think he said, wise up. Pick him out, Neil.
25. James the car,
Sometimes you can
72.
just laugh or you'll cry.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think he really means it. But this for tops.
52. Near the
So-
car, 60.
A let off here for Neil Duff.
$20. James your
Well,
car, 20.
Multiple darts now to get over the line and win it 4-3. Is it going to be extended to a 7th leg?
No score. Near the car, 40.
No, sir. Going through the full repertoire of emotions from the players, but
James
here's
shot in the
Neil
match,
Duff,
Neil Duff.
who eventually gets over the line, still manages an average of 87.55. Or would be pretty happy with that at county this weekend, 29.18 something, I think. But it is Neil Duff who moves on to 16 points and 4 clear of his nearest rival, who is Jared Cole. And he's up in action in the next one. Jared Cole faces Christopher Toonders.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, frustration turned to elation as far as Neil Duff was concerned, getting the better of James Richardson by 4 legs to 2, rubber stamping his position as far as second place is concerned. That man on your screen there, Jared Cole, he's in the race for Group B. Big battle, actually, this in the race for Group C. He's taking on Christopher Toonders in this, the final game of the 3rd round. Is England versus Germany being watched in the company of Lord Turner and Chris Mason.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. And as you say, I totally agree. I think this is really going to shape up the table once again. Neil Duff now 4 points clear over that man there, Jared Cole. But Christopher, I think, will be hoping that he can still keep his hopes alive for Group
First
B.
leg, Jared to throw first.
Talking to me then.
Yeah, I did. As soon as I said it, I thought,
Come on.
oh, which Christopher shall I mention? That one on the screen.
Yeah, well, if Jared wins, he moves on to 14 points. And there's only 4 points available. So
177.
a win for Jared means Neil Duff is assured his spot
125.
in Group B. And he'll pretty much take himself through with him.
60.
James has Jared has James Richardson to play,
45.
and Neil Duff. Christopher and Bradley meet, so only one of them can move on to
58.
12.
Yeah, I guess the ideal scenario here for
99.
Neil Duff is, like you say, a win for Cole, and then that game that he's got next against Alex Spellman, perhaps not quite so loaded for him.
Yeah, exactly. It's job done for both. That one
84.
is very much a dead rubber.
38. Jared Cole 122.
Since he hit 2 bullseyes to take out the
28.
160, I don't think he's hit one since.
He just used them all up in the first game.
Yeah, he's used his allowance.
$100.
So far
Jared
today, I
Cole
think
94.
Christopher will be the player that will take more out of his performance levels. Well, he's got to go 25 ball, but yeah, that was a complete blocker.
58. Christopher Cole 94.
He's gone 54 and gets it. Double 10.
Game shot on the first leg.
Pins it.
Christopher Toonders.
Break of throw. Are we in for an
Second leg,
exciting
Christopher throw
end
first. Game on.
to this Group A?
Well, yeah, his last
58.
Chris Toonders, his last match against James Richardson produced his best average. It's really, really kind of grown into the week as it's gone on.
77.
And I do think for this generation of younger player coming through,
78.
the Super Series just offers so much experience and exposure, and you're playing top players, but you're not just playing them once. Quite often when you get a kind of stage-based
60.
experience, it is just that one shot and then it's done. You
And then you may have to wait another year.
yeah. But especially in the case of the female dart players, we generally
40.
have now two opportunities. So obviously we've got the match play with the PDC and the World Championships in December, but that's it. And the World Championships, the last one we have at the WGF was like April last year, so it's just 18 months ago.
Yeah, and that's why you sometimes
78.
don't see the best of the players, because they're aware that this is it's your one chance. It's your one hit.
94.
You've travelled all year to achieve that dream, and there's too much on it.
Yeah, I think that's been my issue for a very long time. It's just the amount of effort and the way you
30.
played to get to that position to then, it's dealing with that level of pressure.
Yeah, exactly. It's
64.
not like any other normal scenario you find yourself in. where there's players coming here who very much like Christopher, who's playing the full week, so he's guaranteed 5 days of darts. He will get
58.
more time
Christopher
under the
Carr,
lights
167.
in a week than I probably did in the first 4 years of my career.
131.
Yeah, absolutely. That. Yeah, when you think of it, in
Well,
that.
he's guaranteed 25 games under the lights. I didn't play 25 games on TV in the first 4 years from making my debut on TV.
98.
Nowhere near.
Christopher Carr, 36.
And you think how much more you can learn, and I think that's why the players are coming on quicker, because in the PDC, of course, you have the Euro Tour,
Jared Carr, 100.
where that's played in, it's in front of cameras because it's streamed around the world. Ooh, for another showbiz one, and he's going to make his own highlight reel today. Yeah, played in front of crowds usually bigger than what we see at the other TV.
Jared to throw first. Game on.
The other TV tournaments in the UK, so they're being fast tracked.
Yeah, I even appreciate just playing on a streaming platform when we play in the women's series. If we get on the stream board, it's getting
59.
used to the idea that people are watching.
Yeah, and it gives you, of course, the opportunity. It's hard enough to get sponsors to say, well, I might be
100.
on TV, but like you say, with the women's series, you're guaranteed that airtime, which is, as we know, watched by a big audience, a big global audience.
140.
Yeah, you mentioned Under the Lights. I don't think anything quite prepared me for the heat
140.
at the match play last year. Whoa.
I know, and then I try to explain it to people, and they're like, nah. And years ago, before the introduction of LED
97.
lighting, it was even hotter. And when I played in the seniors event at Yeovil, they used a lot of old style lighting, and it was one of the
91.
hottest days of the year. And it was like literally being taken back to the 90s and playing on that match play stage. Well, you say about sometimes the
100.
good things of social media. On
170.
Facebook, someone's just said, because I posted the Jared 160 finish. Chris Smart said,
57.
you
Jared
missed that
Carr,
against me in
105.
Western in a competition. Your ball fell out, but it was definitely in. I'll take that, pal. That was that long ago. I was
57. Christopher Carr,
probably not forced
113.
into it. I was probably showing off at a Wally. Double 18.
Game shot of the third leg. Christopher Toonders.
Well, over his last couple of games, his finishing has been beautiful.
Fourth leg, Christopher to throw first. Game on.
Well, yeah, in his first match, only got the one opportunity at a double against Neil Duff, but did take it, and that was 57%, including that 136 checkout. So as
70.
you say, that element of your game, if you can get that element of your game right, you're gonna win legs.
Yeah, and yesterday, well, on debut, you could sense the anxiety, and he obviously felt the pressure a bit
100.
because his finishing was very hit and miss. Improved a little yesterday. Today, all round, a massive improvement.
58.
I say he played 10 matches in that situation yesterday.
It becomes less daunting.
It becomes normal. And I did it for the
57.
best part of 20 years. When I have to do it now, whether it be exhibition or anything like that, I think, oh no, oh no.
Just brings back memories.
Yeah,
doesn't it?
haunts me.
$45.
Don't forget, if you want to join us this Saturday night, you're more than welcome. The tickets are free. It's just a
140.
£2 booking fee. If you have the ability to scan that jobby on there,
59.
I think you do something with your phone or device.
Do you need a hand here, Chris?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, scan the QR code.
There we go. That's the one.
And that will take you to dartshop.tv, where you can, as Chris said, get tickets for Saturday night and other nights in the future.
44. Christopher Carr, 40.
Action gets underway 7:30 on a
Game
Saturday
shot of the
night.
fourth leg. Christopher Toonders.
You will be able to watch all the group games. Then we have a short interval while we join our friends over at
Fifth
Sporty
leg,
Stuff
Janitor through
TV,
first. Game on.
where from 10 o'clock we'll then play the semi-finals and the final. The night's usually wrapped up about 20 past 11, so still time to maybe go on to a bar somewhere or
140.
maybe a club.
Wow, it's been a few years since I've done that. I'm a bit like, no, I just need to go home and go to bed now.
100.
There is one of the cheaper style hotels, literally just around the corner within a 5-minute walk.
100.
Plenty of restaurants in the area. Make a day and a night of it. We'd love to see you here. And 3 drinks
43.
for a tenner. So if you have 3 drinks, your £2 booking fee for your ticket, 12 quid. If you can find a better night out for 12 quid, let me know. I'll be there.
131. 44. Jolly car 130.
Another player we're familiar with here at the Super Series, Reece Colley. He's through to the last
90.
64 of the men's singles in the WDF World Cup. He was also on the British Open last year.
99.
didn't
Jolly
he,
car
Reece?
40.
Yeah, it's had a real kind of good 18 months, 2 years.
Getting shot on the fifth leg.
Well, I knew him
Jellicle.
from my days of being in the West Midlands and living there for a good 10 years. He was
Sixth
only
leg, Christopher throw
a
first. Game on.
whippersnapper then.
$100.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? I mean, you must get the same. You know people from the circuit, and you've known them for so long that actually you kind of forget
140.
where and when it was you actually met people for the first time.
When you think back in the day when
100.
well, you yourself, how old were you when you started going to the holiday camp competitions?
14,
Yeah.
15?
And there'd be 1,000
58.
players there, wouldn't there? Great days. Hailing Island and Canberra Sands.
Halen was my favourite.
45.
Always my favourite. Yeah, the landscape has just changed, hasn't it, for darts? And we've now got, obviously, with the professional darts, for the PDC, all the way down to kind of like WDF and
59.
amateur level and things in between. So it's definitely options. And
I don't think there's ever been a better time. I think one of the very
60.
few positives to come out of COVID was what we've now managed to do with the sport. And obviously the WDF are in that process of trying to rebuild.
54.
I haven't even asked you about that. You have some positives, I suppose, from the recent announcement about the
100.
upcoming WDF World Championship Lakeside in December. What did you think about the... Oh, this is what I'm about to
95.
ask you.
Christopher Carr 96.
No, I think Neil Duff summed it up very well the other day,
Yeah,
actually.
it's a mixed bag, isn't it?
Yeah, and the
40.
big thing, I guess, is the fact that
Jolly
it's
car
on
95.
prize fund is pretty much roughly where it was. Obviously, it's always disappointing that you haven't got that kind of big TV kind of broadcast deal, but it's on.
35. Christopher Carr 56.
Well, it gives them an option to hopefully try and promote the event to encourage coverage
47.
going forward.
Jolly car 60.
And sponsors, which obviously all sport needs. Ooh,
25.
a wild one.
Christopher Carr 9.
Now, we never know. Oh, he's going to go traditional. Well, not traditional. 144 we
7.
normally associate
Jolly
with
car
that.
35.
Yeah, I think they've missed a trick. If they're going to stick with the idea of going onto a streaming platform, put it on a Patreon so they can generate some money for it. It doesn't have to be a ridiculous amount, but maybe either a daily pass or a weekly pass.
Yeah. Yeah, because at the end of the day, it's all about the generation of money for the sport as well.
Game shot on the 6th left. Jolly Cole.
Listen, every sport needs to be self-sufficient and finance itself.
Seventh and final leg, Jared to throw first. Game on.
The BDC haven't got where they've got through the kind nature of volunteers. It's got there through people who are industry experts and
140.
who look at how to make the financials. Listen, if it makes money, it makes sense.
Yeah.
61.
Barry Hearn taught me that a long time ago.
Barry Hearn's very good at it.
Well, yeah, proof is in the pudding. I wouldn't mind being 10 million behind him.
60.
It's been a bit of a kind of back and forth match that last start. Jared,
36.
broke the throw in 24 darts. I think Chris, if he does lose this match, will be bitterly disappointed.
Yeah, it will.
139.
It'll be one of those that you walk away and go, how did I lose that one? But should be starting on 19s here. Ooh.
And again, that's an element of the game that has really improved.
85.
Just
The counting.
yeah.
It still takes me time now to work out if, what, why, where, and when.
123.
The penny eventually drops, and then there's some shots now, and it's the advanced thinking to something I've spoke of for years. Not leaving yourself with a 3 on the end and a 2 on the end and a 5 on the end, so it gives you the opportunity to stay at the most predominantly thrown at treble, the treble 20.
100. Christopher Carr,
Often been on the
118.
other end of a message from Ashley Holgate, who will point out why once
My
again.
cuz.
Yeah, I've left
Green shot of the match,
159
Christopher
once
Toonders.
again.
Well, 118. It's like Christopher has got Jared's number. He's taken that one full 3. Well, the average is obviously going to be stratospheric in that one again because of multiple missed doubles, but it is Christopher who leapfrogs Jared Cole in the table, and he's into 3rd position on 12 points, but with the better leg difference. Coming up next, Spellman against Duff.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Germany edged England out right at the very death before the break, as Christopher Toonders got the better of Jared Cole by 4 legs to 3. This is what else we've seen in round 3 of competition today. 4-2 victories elsewhere for Neil Duff and Neil Duff against James Richardson, and for Alex Spellman against Bradley Roes. Right, this is what it does in terms of the table as we head towards the final stages of proceedings. It means that Toonders and Cole are now locked on 12 points in that battle for Group B darts, but importantly, Christopher Toonders with the better legs difference, and possibly, if it comes to it, the better legs one as well. Right, next up for us, it is the top 2 going toe-to-toe as Alex Spellman takes on Neil Duff. It's the beginning of a victory parade as far as Spellman is concerned. He's going to be here on Saturday night. 2 more games for him to complete before he can safely seal his passage through for Neil Duff. Group B is all but secure victory here. We'll dot the I's, cross the T's in the commentary box for this one. It's Chris and Laura.
Thanks, Henry. Well, it's not going to make a difference to potentially where they finish, I think, mathematically. It could for Neil Duff, certainly not for Spellman.
First leg,
Once
Alex
we
to through
complete
first.
this cycle of matches,
Game on.
everything should be fairly done and dusted. All the players with 2 games to play. Spellman, an unassailable lead at the top of the table
96.
on 24 points. 8 clear of his nearest rival, who he meets here.
140.
It's been dominant, hasn't it, from Spellman? But quite like this game. I know, obviously, in terms of points, it's not going to make any real impact or difference. However, you know, Spellman has been that dominant. I think for Neil Duff, especially, if he can get a good win here, you know, it's something that he can take into Group B tomorrow.
Yeah, and it's something he's been unable to do so far. And listen, Neil will have aspirations
45.
of making Saturday night's final, of course, and picking up a second weekly title. And he knows if that's going to happen, it's very likely he's going to cross paths with
137.
Spellman, and he'll want to get a win over him.
$60. Alex Ricard, 145. $70.
And what I do tend to find, just having watched Neil over the years, is he's one of those players that can let his emotions kind of dictate the way a match
100.
ends up going.
Alex Ricard,
A bit like
75.
we had Kevin Painter here last week. He's another one that's quite an emotional, you know.
Yeah, they're animated, aren't
Yeah.
they? What's going on between their ears, you can easily tell. And yes, Ashley, we were
35.
talking about you some.
Neil Ricard, 156.
And if you don't know what it is, we're not going to tell you now.
But it was all good. Well, another one of those.
140.
Oh, which he finds
Alex Ricard,
beautiful.
40.
Leaves double 8. Bit of schoolball pressure. And there's been a couple of periods of play
Game shot on the first leg. Alex Spellman.
for Alex Spellman where the doubles have gone missing slightly.
Second leg, Neil to throw first. Game on.
Ultimately, on only one occasion has it been costly in terms of losing a match. But again, that strength of mind,
180.
he just recovers well. He doesn't dwell. He doesn't carry over any kind of disappointment either into a next visit or a next opportunity at a double.
100. $100.
Yeah, he is just, like I say, cool character.
calm and calculated. You would have made a good
I was
assassin.
going to say they're the most deadly the way you
93.
described that.
$100.
He's an American Liam Nielsen, isn't he? Have you seen Equalizer 3 yet?
No, I haven't.
129.
When I
Neil
do get
Carr,
5
121.
minutes off, I think we're going to watch that. Have you seen 1 and 2?
65.
Yeah, no.
Oh.
Don't panic, yeah.
You sort of looked at me.
Yeah, I remember like Edward Woodward, as the equalizer, but
Yeah.
yes, I have seen
Get
the
Henry
film.
to say that.
Yeah.
82. Neil Carr, 56.
Yeah, that used to be
Being
on
shot on the second
on-
leg. Neil Duff.
normal TV back in the day, didn't it? The Equalizer.
Yeah,
That was a great program.
yeah, that
Third leg, Alex
Oh.
to throw first. Game on.
quite off. I can name a few. The Saint, you know, basically all the stuff that my dad watched. I actually enjoy it more now, which is quite lucky because Aaron tends to dictate the films we watch, which are very much in the same vein.
140.
This one I'd quite happily watch if it was best of 21.
135.
Yeah, it can be quite a cutthroat format. First of 4, best of 7.
Well, I love a match like this because the dynamics of the players are so
100.
different. And they're both a very similar pace. They're both aware of each other's ability.
60.
And knowing Neil as well, I think he'll be frustrated if he can't find that win. He doesn't want. No one wants to be beaten, but you don't want to be beaten the same,
No.
by the same person 3 times in a week.
Oh, no.
81. $133.
Should have gone ball there, shouldn't he? That final dart. Ashley will be messaging you again about that.
Hang on.
Oh, there we go.
60.
He hates a player miscounting. Good referee as well is Ashley.
Very good. MC Bangers.
MC Bangers. Me and him used to have
45.
some parties back in the day,
Alex
I
Carr,
can tell you.
120.
Nothing of which I can discuss here. 20. Tops. And that's more than out of the way. Clear view.
82.
Slightly
Neil Carr,
overcorrected from
128.
the dart at single 20. Oh, now does he stay? He does for double 10. Doesn't find the treble.
$88. Alex
Yeah,
Carr,
tidied up.
58.
Straight for it.
Getting shot on the third
Straight in it.
leg. Alex Spellman.
Really tight.
Fourth leg,
this
Neil
one.
to throw first. Game on.
Considering it, well, it's something we discussed about dead rubbers and the integrity of players. You would think these two were playing for
123.
sort of table-topping position.
I mean, this wouldn't look, wrong as the final
Yeah.
on Saturday night.
Agreed. Could well be the final Saturday night.
60.
I've also, every time I think I know who's going to go on and win it, it's a complete curveball. But I think that's just the nature of how many kind of top players make it through to finals night.
92. $59. 180.
Second 180 of the match, both going the way of Neil Duff, who has a really strong lead in this fourth leg.
85. Near the car,
Yeah,
106.
can he convert? It's a good start. Tops is the choice.
86.
Well, as I mentioned about heading over to dartshop.tv for tickets for here Saturday night, don't forget if you're in the Derbyshire area, Roller World Derby on Friday night is Face Off.
100. Near the car,
Multiple
20.
player exhibition headed by a
Being
rematch
shot on the fourth leg. Neil
of
Duff.
this year's World Final between MVG and Michael Smith.
Fifth leg, Alex to
There
throw
is a
first.
few
Game on.
tickets available.
$98.
You can see there's a bit of disparity between the
95.
averages.
Yeah, it's massive, isn't it?
It is, but from Alex.
I mean, you can
Spellman.
see that after one leg, but or 1-1, but at 2-2.
I tend to get quite excited when I see 114 or something after one leg. But like I say, you're 4 legs in, and there's quite a bit of difference. But in terms of scoreline,
55.
absolutely nothing between them.
And if Derby's a bit too far away for you and you're in the Northampton area
140.
and can't make it down here in Portsmouth, there's another show on at the County Ground, Northampton, and even in the darts with Ricky Evans,
41.
Johnny Clayton, Darryl Gurney, and Gerwin Price.
Yeah, it's a nice local one for Ricky, that.
Yep.
99.
And the same night, there's another one in Warrington, featuring MVG, Dirk van Dijvenbode, Fallon Sherrock, Stephen Bunting,
140. Near the car,
and our pal.
167.
Mark Webster. Bit of spider. Oh,
86.
nearly the
Alex
perfect
car,
setup.
167.
Just shy of the treble 17. Oh, shots on. Ooh, bullseye. Have a
Game
bit
shot
of
the
that.
fifth leg. Alex Spellman.
Outstanding finish from Spellman. Acknowledged sportingly by Neil Duff.
Sixth leg, Neil to throw first. Game on.
Importantly acknowledged, but that would have hurt.
Oh, yeah. Oh, inside. I can't even begin to tell you what he's thinking.
$100. $140.
Yeah, and Spellman just maybe got the bit between his teeth.
85.
As we know, Neil Duff, he won't be backing off, but Spellman, I think, when he goes on that kind of treble 20 hitting rampage, he quite hard to catch, and he's back in again.
Well, this is why I think he's going to do well.
140.
Already I can sense that he prefers playing the better player. He relishes the challenge and the opportunity.
96.
The challenge is certainly what he will get at this year's World Championships in December.
Yeah, the field not quite yet obviously complete, but if you look at the names that are in there at the moment, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it seems like it sounds like a bit of a cliche, but year on year it just gets better and better. And the standard in those, remember when the prelims used to be best of so many legs, didn't it? It wasn't even sets.
Game
And he
shot on the
finishes
match,
it off
Alex Spellman.
with a beautiful 167, back-to-back bullseyes. Oh, Neil Duff in defeat. 101.81. Alex Spellman finishes off with a 95.72. 4 out of 7 on the doubles, 2 out of 3 for Duff. All round, well, for me, match of the group so far. Up next, a battle of the young guns. Christopher Toonders takes on Bradley Roes.
A spell of class from Alex Spellman before the break there. Neil Duff was sat on 81, and then Spellman takes out a 1-6-7 to move 3-2 into the lead, then rounds the match off with a 12-darter to get the better of Duff despite averaging just under 102. Right, next up for us, this is a massive game as far as the race for Group B is concerned. Christopher Toonders up against Bradley Roes. A victory for Bradley would mean that 3 players would be log jammed on 12 points, and it'd be an almighty race towards the line to see who will be playing in the Thursday night session. Right, watching this one in the commentary gantry is Chris Mason and Laura Turner.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, a win for Bradley would make things very, very interesting. Gerald Cole and James Richardson to follow. That will complete the 4th cycle of games. So as it stands, Spellman played 14, won 13 on 26 points. Neil Duff
First leg, Christopher throw first.
played 14, won 8 on 16. Christopher won 6, lost 7 on 12. Jared won 6,
100.
lost 7 on 12. Bradley won 5, lost 8 on 10. And James, well, just the 2 from his 13 matches so far.
140.
If you'd have said that to me at the beginning of the
58.
week, I'd have checked your pulse.
Yeah, I would agree with you. He's such a solid player, and to be fair, he's put in solid performances. but
83.
Just some really costly mistimed misses, or just that wrong throw at the wrong time, and people have taken advantage.
100.
Yeah, and he's been punished every time he's made a mistake, where a few players have got away with said mistakes.
$96. 100. $96. Christopher Carr, 143.
It's treble 20. So double 16.
111.
Misses by an
Bradley O'Carr, 86.
absolute whisker.
Will he be punished for that miss? Single 18 leaves ball. Throws a nice wide one. Pins the bullseye.
Game shot on the first leg.
Oh,
Bradley
we've
Roes.
seen that hit plenty of times today. And that's a 15-dart break of throw.
Second leg, Bradley to throw first.
The bullseye
Game on.
has been battered. 3 legs on the spin, of course. The 167, the 81 on the ball, and the ball there on the 86.
I don't think anyone's got the
96.
memo that that is the smallest target on the board.
Yeah, it's the hardest one to hit.
95.
It's got to be a bullseye finish on the end of this leg then.
100. $137. $39.
Yeah, so a bit of a chance here for Chris.
99.
Yeah, first to a finish is a big finish.
Monday, real tight game between these two.
99. Christopher Carr,
Went the way
170.
of Christopher, 4-3, who was the outsider. He was the
43.
13
Bradley
to 8
O'Carr,
dog in that race.
167.
And did the double yesterday with another 4-3 win.
Christopher Carr,
On aggregate.
127.
8-6 between the two. Now 8-7.
87. Bradley O'Carr, 107.
It's interesting as well, isn't it? Both players coming from ADC Europe. I mean, both trying to make the most of the opportunity.
And with similar experience levels
67.
as well.
Christopher Carr, 40. Game shot on the second leg.
He is
Christopher
starting to
Toonders.
find his doubles, and a real different attitude from
Third leg,
Chris
Christopher to throw
today.
first.
Very
Game
much enjoying the occasion and the opportunity. Looks to be playing with a lot more freedom.
on. 59.
Looks nowhere near as edgy as he did Monday morning. And his only previous experience, of course, was playing in that German Super League you mentioned a little earlier.
140.
Yeah, but I mean, again, like we were saying before, that was last year.
Yeah.
180.
Has one on the development tour, but of course that's not on stage and under the lights.
But it's no mean feat at
Oh.
the moment.
Yeah.
140.
We were saying, you've got these new opportunities, and it's a great time to be in the sport. But the standards on that development tour and on
92.
JDC is absolutely
frightening.
unreal.
It is frightening. Pesky kids.
I'm quite glad I'm at this end sometimes and not having to face off against them.
140. Christopher Carr, 170. $105. Bradley O'Carr, 81.
There's two things I didn't enjoy playing in this year. One was playing Trina. The other was
Game
one was
shot on the
playing
third
an
leg.
academy.
Bradley Roes.
Both scared the life out of me. And that's a third consecutive break of throw.
Fourth leg, Bradley
This
to throw
time-
first. Game on.
An 11-dart break of throw for Bradley.
Yeah, and as we were saying, a win here for Bradley would really make the table interesting, with positions 3, 4 and 5 would all be sat on 12 points.
Yeah.
26.
Jared does have a game in hand against James Richardson, but that's not a That's far from a gimme, despite James being at the foot of the table.
140.
Myself and Laura both believe that at some point the switch will be flicked and we'll get one out of James.
99.
Jared will be hoping it's not against him.
85.
Yeah, I guess from Jared's perspective, you know, a win from Bradley would at least allow him the opportunity to go back into third position to try and seal that spot
140.
for Group B tomorrow.
180.
Not lacked a few of those today.
Yeah, neither's Bradley, to be fair. He hit
100. Christopher Carr,
5 when he played
96.
against Duff, and
Most we've seen in a single game by
Game
an
shot on the
individual
fourth
player,
leg.
and there's
Christopher
another
Toonders.
clinical finishing has been superb. Bradley 2 from 2. Christopher 2 from
Fifth
4.
leg, Christopher throw first.
That
Game on.
was an 11. Back-to-back 11s.
and when you think one of those misses from Chris was on the
100.
143 checkout in that very first
Yeah.
leg.
Super game of darts, this one so far.
100.
Averages 103.81 for Christopher, 98.03 for Bradley. Look at those. Very, very impressive.
97. 58.
I think it was Chris who was saying before, highest ever televised or recorded average was around the 98 mark. Now, I don't want to jinx it, which I
Well,
probably
he
have.
was threatening to beat it earlier when he had that 95 plus average.
$121. 83. 58.
Brad first to a finish, but Christopher
45. Bradley Carr,
yeah,
164.
unable to find a treble. So 164 here for Roes.
60. Christopher Carr, 129. 64. Bradley Carr, 104.
Yeah, so this, if it goes, will be a 5th consecutive breaker throw in this match.
88. Christopher Carr, 65.
Need stops.
45. Bradley Carr, 16.
It's like no one really wants to hold their throw at the moment.
Well, it's in a best of 7. Leg 5 always seems to be one of
Game
the
shot on the fifth leg.
most
Bradley
pivotal,
Roes.
and it's Bradley Roes who continues this breakathon with a 5th
Six leg
breaker
Bradley to
throw,
throw first.
finding
Game on.
double 8.
Quite like the term breakathon. Sounds like you're merging 2 chocolate bars together.
My kind of chat.
Yeah, I'm obviously feeling quite peckish now.
125. 60.
And again, that only works if you're old enough to remember a marathon.
And a breakaway.
Yeah. Oh, they're still around.
95.
I do my best to avoid that particular aisle.
60. 99.
Bradley here in the,
57.
probably the best position we've seen so far in this match to hold the throw, but more importantly, to see the match out.
Well, you don't want to fill it and leave double one, that's for
130.
sure.
$60.
So to
Bradley
wrap
O'Connor,
up,
52.
a very, very good performance. Double 16.
Game shot on the match.
Well, you
Bradley
could hear
Roes.
the response from Bradley, a big come on, and that was a very good performance. 4-2 in the end, 95-39 for Bradley. Christopher lost his way in the back end of the match, finished with 89-49, but most impressively, considering the woes he's had on the outer ring, Bradley Roes 4 from 4, 100% on the doubles. When we come back, the final match of the fourth cycle of games today on a Wednesday, and it's Richardson against Cole.
Welcome back. Big performance, big victory before the break from Bradley Roes. A 4-2 victory against Christopher Toonders. 4 out of 4 when it came to the doubling. A 95 average in there as well. And it really does congeal things. In that race for Group B, we have free place not just on 12 points, but also on -7 when it comes to the legs difference. However, Jared Cole is yet to play his 14th match of the group. He takes on James Richardson. So, big game incoming here. Watching this one in the commentator box is Chris Mason and Laura Turner.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. And yeah, as we were saying, every game now, Chris, it just feels like, you know, it's got the potential to kind of seal the table. But that win earlier from Bradley Roes has just meant that 3 of them now sat on 12 points, and there is only 1 spot available in Group B.
Yeah, Jared Cole, who was looking comfortable in 3rd, is currently down in 5th. So we've got Spellman 26 points, Duff 16 points. We've got Toonders, Roes and Cole all on 12 and all on -7. But Cole has this game in hand.
I just guess, again, every time I've seen Richardson play, I just think which version's going to be turning up, because he has played well, just hasn't had the results.
First leg, James to throw first.
Jared, be aware of
Game on.
his precocious place prior to that
45.
couple of matches, well, we thought with a win last time out, he would have been pretty safe. But
45.
he went down to Toonders, didn't he? 4-3. That sort of opened things up for that group of players that were then behind him, who are now in front of him.
And it's quite interesting because the last 3 matches, you've got Toonders against Spellman, Cole against Duff, and Roes against Richardson. So they've all played each other throughout the day. So I don't know what you think, but this is not done yet.
No, far from it.
60.
Well, we've just got a bit of inside information that something that myself and Laura picked up on earlier, that these players are still very much up
100.
for it. And James, on his way through, as he went past or was taken through by the players' marshal, was very much up for the challenge.
100.
Is he going to be a spoiler?
100. Judge car 130.
Needs the ball.
105.
Narrow
Judge
miss.
car 75.
I think Jared Cole's used his allocation. Double 12 here.
69. Judge car 25. 17. Judge car 6.
This for a holder throw. Now it's awkward. Needs the 1 for double 1.
Game shot on the first leg. James Richardson.
Yeah, that was a well thrown dart. Quite awkward. Blocked it a bit. Had to move along. And as we've mentioned before, double 1 is no one's favourite.
Second leg Judge to throw first. Game on.
I'm just looking across the
93.
opening matches in Players' Championship 22. We do have Pro Tours
86.
in Barnsley over the next couple of days. Dedeko's been showing some good form of late.
139.
But one result I will tell you, Jim Williams has beaten Steve Beaton 6-1. Steve Beaton had a 95 average. Jim Williams, 113.23. How good would he be if he just didn't treat it like a hobby?
We've often said that about a lot of players, but
43.
I will say you're allowed to do that against any player except Steve
Yes,
Beaton.
except Stevie B.
Yeah, that's not on.
No.
Don't matter how good you are, Jim.
45.
Not Steve.
Yeah, as I was saying before, looking at the, well, noticing Jim's Williams' performance, Dedeka
56.
3-2 up on closer, averaging 104.
It will be interesting, obviously, going into next year with the kind of few tweaks that the PDC have made
60.
to the
Judge car
to the calendar
170.
as to how that may or may not impact people, you know, because it's all midweek now.
Yeah,
95.
well, I think we're going to see a lot of people off the Challenge Tour list taking their opportunities.
59. Judge car 75.
I think we'll probably lose 20 or so players from each.
Game shot on the second leg.
You
Judge
may
Cole.
get ones that can possibly do the, if it was a Thursday and a Friday, it's going to be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, isn't it?
Third leg James to throw first.
They
Game on.
bang midweek so hard. I mean, players can sometimes get the Friday off because they're used to having the Friday off for travelling, but
180.
But I think it's just the nature of how, you know, the professional side of the game is having to progress to fit in with Euro Tours, World Series. Obviously,
131.
you have the Premier League. It'd be interesting to see how that may impact because that's normally on a Thursday.
yeah, but the money's not enough for
97.
128 players, I'm afraid. Just about, if you're 64 and better, you can almost, unless it's only just,
100.
justify it being a full-time job. And then you still will rely on sponsors and
54.
obviously getting results.
$81.
There
James
is kind of
Lucar
an argument, isn't it?
170.
And Chaz Barstow is kind of the example I normally use, that if you can get high up on that challenge tour really early on, then the opportunities that are available to you. You've
100.
got Pro Tour, you can qualify for the World
Well,
Championships.
they used to be before when it was on the weekends, because I don't think there's anyone on the Challenge Tour that's a pro.
131. James Lucar 70. $30. Jared Lucar 58.
18 tops.
Game shot on the
Nails
third
the
leg.
tops.
Jared Cole.
14 dart. Break of throw. Averaging 90.
Fourth leg, Jared to throw first. Game on.
I know the other argument is, well, if you're good enough, but the nature of this game now, you could play 10
58.
consecutive Players' Championship and walk into someone averaging 105. That doesn't mean you're not good enough.
Yeah, well, that's it. Not everyone's going to win, and half the
100.
field will go out in the opening round. So
Exactly. And we've seen fabulous players, high-end players, have runs like that where
134.
they've gone 6-7 games without finding a win on the Pro Tour.
60. $84.
Three more games to bring you at the completion
100.
of this match. It will start with Toonders against Spellman, and
96.
that's still very much a live game for Toonders. The win there would pile the pressure on Cole if
60.
Cole, of
Jared
course,
Lucar
can find a win here.
129.
And he's en route. 6 at 129 for a 3-1 lead.
41.
yeah, and when it is this tight, you're going to want to start putting a bit of distance when it comes to the matches you win in terms of leg difference,
Yep.
because that again it is very, very tight on the table.
100.
As it stands,
Jared Lucar 88.
looking at the live table, Cole's on -6.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Christopher's on
Jared Cole.
-7 and Bradley's on -7. But it's -5 now.
Fifth leg, James to throw first. Game on.
And Jared will be aware of his situation. He's staying absolutely switched on.
49.
I mean, a win here puts it in his hands. That's the beauty of the situation he's in. If he wins this game and then beats Neil Duff, he is
140.
in Group B. So I can confirm the results. Jim Williams 6-1 over Beaton.
96.
Actually was at 114.13. Dimitri 6-1 win over Robert Owen, 102.33. 98.82 for Robert Owen in defeat. Petretsko beats Watermain at 6-2.
131.
Gabriel Clemens thumps James Wilson 6-1. And Darryl Gurney beats Mervyn King 6-3 with 103.8. And almost on cue, players defeated there with a 95, a 94.08 and a 98.82. There's a perfect example of, tell me they're not good enough.
Yeah, no, I was going to say the standard of play is just unreal now.
28.
I just
Jared
wonder
Lucar,
where the kind of
170.
limit is. Where is that? I still think there's more, but not a lot.
No.
80.
The margin of error is so small. And the length of matches now as well. I'd love to see some of the numbers we could get at county games if it was best of 5 again. And everybody still played.
81.
Yeah,
Jared Lucar 90.
that would be interesting. I think that's probably why there's a bit of interest in the women's
Well, yeah, because we're still watching the evolution of that,
80.
and we're still watching records get broken.
It's definitely just an area where the sport can still grow and develop, and that's probably,
95.
like I say, women's
Gotta do a
game and
car
also
10.
different geographical areas.
No thought of the switch.
Getting shot on the match,
That's why.
Jellicoe.
Jared Cole wraps it up in 10 minutes. 4-1, an average of 88.13, and he moves on to 14 points, and it's his hands to qualify for Group B. Right, when we come back, Christopher Toonders takes on Alex Spellman.
Welcome back. Huge victory before the break for Jared Cole against James Richardson by 4 legs to 1, keeping that Group B race very interesting. Right, let's round up what we have seen so far today, because prior to that, in this round of fixtures, Bradley Roes in that battle for Group B got the better of Christopher Toonders by 4 legs to 2, and Alex Spellman beat Neil Duff by that same scoreline. This is what it does then in terms of the league table. Spellman way out in front, could equal the record for most points in a Group A if he can win this upcoming match against Christopher Toonders. As far as the race for Group B is concerned, Cole on 14, Toonders on 12, Roes on 12. So a win for Jared Cole against Neil Duff would confirm his place in Group B on Thursday and Friday respectively. But let's go back to that potential record that could be set here by Alex Spellman. The record for most number of points in a Group A is 28. That was set by Jim McEwen and Josh Payne. A win for Spellman would equal that particular record. In the commentary box to see whether he can do that, let's hand down to Chris Mason and Laura Turner.
Thanks, Henry. I can just sit back and relax now for a minute or so. Don't think I have too much to add to that very concise description of the current situation. Well, quite simply, it's a must-win game for Christopher to equal that 28-point haul record of Jim and Josh. Spellman needs a win.
First leg, Christopher to throw first. Game on.
Spellman has exactly the same amount of points as he has legs one. I always
95.
say when a player is doing that, they are doing little wrong. And it's hard to find anything really critical to say about Spellman's performance so far.
100.
I agree. And they obviously met twice this week. Day one, it was 4-1 to Spellman. Yesterday, it was 4-3.
140.
Toonders pushed Spellman a bit further, but
Yeah, that was one of those little spells I was talking about where he just went slightly missing on the doubles.
92.
we've seen Spellman being.
I'll look at the stats now and be totally wrong.
Yeah, no.
I'm going to anyway.
99. 96. Christopher Carr, 167.
Well, he
45.
wasn't particularly horrific on the doubles, so I stand corrected. He was 4 from 10. It was a funny old game. Alex averaged 90.24.
98.
Chris averaged
Christopher Carr,
78.95, but took it to a decider.
54.
Tried to
Alex
find
Carr,
that treble 18, couldn't quite
115.
get a route through, and
Cuckoo ball. Wish he had done now.
$43. 50. Alex Carr, 72.
Spellman back here, 72. Looking at the 16s. Single 16 for tops.
32. Christopher Carr, 18. Game shot on the first leg. Christopher Toonders.
One misstart at a double for Spellman.
Second leg, Alex to throw first. Game on.
Denies him a break of throw. Very contrasting styles.
100.
Spellman very much an aimer. Toonders one of those
100.
players which is a bit of a mixture of both.
I always find, especially with faster throws, that when you're on it, when you find it, you can follow it through. But when you miss that adjustment, I mean, we've even seen the likes of Ricky Evans try and kind of slow that pace because you just find it's just so much harder to adjust.
FDMs.
99.
First dart merchants. If the first dart doesn't find it, they're in a spot of bother. But if they start pinning it,
45.
look out. Thanks for that.
132.
Totally dispelling my myth. But you are right. They do tend to struggle more so when they have to move around the board.
100.
Whereas Spellman,
Carr,
it's
170.
much more measured. With your quicker throwers, it's all about feel.
100. Alex Carr, 116.
It's quite funny. Even now, I see this as a newer way of going for 116.
Yeah, I 10 years ago, I'd
96.
never even
Christopher Carr,
never
70.
even thought about it. I thought treble 19. Why do I want to go down there? I hardly ever throw at it.
38. Alex Carr, 20.
And again, 70. You know, you years and years ago, you'd predominantly have thought of treble 10.
Game shot on the second leg. Alex Spellman.
Levels things up. Pressure here, of course, is all
Third
on
leg, Christopher
Toonders'
throw
shoulders. He
first, game
knows he
on.
has to win, or his race for Group B is over.
60.
This is where you just get the feeling he's not going to miss.
180. $30. 91.
Ian Spellman just making the most of this, forging ahead in this leg, looking for that break.
101. $60.
Shaking there because he knows
125.
had that been in the 20,
170.
he would have left 170. I was going to say, if he gets the opportunity to go for it, I'm pretty sure he would.
98.
It's just a nice position to be in. It's kind of risk-free darts,
Yeah.
isn't it? You can
Well, you
just-
can express yourself a
Yeah.
little.
58. Alex Ricard, 72.
Yeah, double top required.
52. Christopher Carr,
Couple of times, it's just
127.
pulled it in a little bit low. Yeah, but Spellman will be back for that break.
55. Alex Ricard, 20.
Break a throw. Should be a nice little guide for him. And is.
Game shot on the third leg. Alex Spellman.
And he does get the break he needed to win the match. Right, quick update from Players' Championship 22.
Fourth leg, Alex to throw first.
Hybrids
Game
beats
on.
Burton 6-5. Gilding beats Zonneveld 6-2. Barneveld beat Hughes 6-5. Dimitri beats Robert Owen 6-1. Mickey Mansell beats Gian Van Veen 6-5. De Decker a 6-5 winner over
77.
Closer. Hendricks Jimmy a 6-3 winner over Luke. Gurney 6-3 winner over King. Jim Williams 6-1 winner over Beaton. De Souza 6-4 winner over
100.
Damien Mole. Dobie a 6-4 winner over Andy Bolton. Dolan a 6-5 winner over Grundy. Had to come from 5-1 down. Petretsko a 6-2 winner over Watamina. Anderson a 6-5 winner over Gavlas.
177.
Rids a 6-4 winner over Sagansky. And Clemens a 6-1 winner over James Wilson
46.
in Division 2.
A bit like a who's who of darts, isn't it? Yeah.
55.
Game on now is a real blast from the past. Scott Waits against Richie Burnett.
$11.
Yeah, it's just all going a bit wrong now for Chris.
Yep. It's just forcing. He knows the importance of getting a win here.
100.
And you don't really want to be playing Alex Spellman in a game like that. Although it's a super max.
Alex Ricard, 92.
But is it a bit too little, too late in this leg?
$80. Christopher Carr, 164.
Yeah, well, we saw Spellman take out that impressive 167, but Toonders not able to find another treble for 164, so Spellman back for double
97.
six.
Alex Ricard, 12.
And we've seen this get a bit messy, haven't we, today?
Yep. So
Game
of
shot on
course,
the fourth leg. Alex Spellman.
Laura with the commentator's curse.
Fifth leg, Christopher throw first.
Or
Game on.
what did Des call you? Lauren. Is it Lauren?
I've been called many
The
things.
fishing.
Oh, gosh, yes. Yeah, I was
95.
Lauren for a day. I just couldn't bring myself. It wouldn't be so bad, but my name was on the back of my
Baggage, yeah.
jumper.
In big bold writing. Oh dear, that was funny.
Oh, I just couldn't bring myself to correct it.
100.
Yeah, that's another fab day out, isn't it?
Yeah.
140.
And I see they've got it for another 3 years.
Yes.
It's one of those things. I always go, I'm determined to win. I'm determined to do better. And I genuinely mean it. But I
85.
can't control the fish. They just don't cooperate, I swear.
You did very well, didn't you? Caught loads of fish.
59.
Yeah, we've been in the same team for the last couple of years, haven't we? Finished third overall.
Yep. We've done okay. Ooh,
135.
very nearly another max.
99.
Now that he feels like the pressure's off a little bit, he's back to playing a little better.
But then you know if it goes 3 all that pressure gets heaped back on because you're that close to doing what you need to do.
Yep, it all comes back.
96. Christopher Carr, 108. 36. Alex Carr, 85. Game shot of the match, Alex Spellman.
Yeah, and there you have it. Alex Spellman has now put paid to Chris Toonders' hopes of making it into Group B. And we still have some sorting out to do. We've got Jared Cole up next against Neil Duff.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are joined up here on the balcony by Alex Spellman. Alex, many congratulations, Group A winner. You must be feeling very confident about your game right now, the way you've been playing this week.
Yeah, well, I was much more confident Monday. The last 2 days, it's been really scrappy, not as comfortable and controlled as I would like to be, but I found ways to win, and that might actually end up helping me on Saturday.
And so, as you say, especially today, but you pulled out big moments. Sometimes you weren't playing at your best, but you're able to pull out maybe a one-darted double or a ton-plus finish just to sway matches in your direction.
Yeah, you know, sometimes when you're not playing well, a lot of matches, I felt like the first couple legs, I was just trying to figure out, you know, what I was doing poorly and try to correct it. And fortunately, more often than not, I figured it out and was able to close matches out well.
How crucial possibly was that last game yesterday against Neil Duff, coming back from 3-1 down to still a 4-3 win?
It was huge. Obviously, I wasn't too concerned because I knew we still had a whole nother day to play. But at the same time, a 6-point gap versus a 2-point gap is massively different. and we all saw how he started. I mean, he was just destroying the board. So I almost used it as practice time, and fortunately, the practice paid off, and I was able to, just like today, close that match out strong.
Don't know whether you know about this, but you've actually made a bit of Super Series history. You've equaled the points total record in Group A at 28. Only one defeat in 15 games. It must be a really pleasing record for yourself.
Definitely. Now I really hate that I lost to Cole yesterday.
He can hear you behind you. Don't worry about that.
But no, I mean, I had no idea. That's great. Not just for me, but showing the level of talent that we have over in the States, and hope we're showcasing it over here now.
Now into Saturday night's final. You've been here before at the Super Series, but we're now in the pool stages. Last time of that, is it now trying to take those next steps further? Having had that experience under your belt.
Definitely, I'm exhausted, so I'm glad that I'm have these 2 days off, catch up on some sleep. But it also plenty of time to work on the game. Like I said, today and yesterday, I wasn't very happy with the consistency and the comfort in my throw. I probably deserved just as many losses as James deserved wins this week. Mm-hmm. I was just able to pull them out, and he wasn't as. Just luck sometimes goes your way. So I have some work to do. I don't want to repeat a last time where I didn't even get out of the group phase. So looking forward to it.
Well, Alex, many congratulations. Let you go off and have your rest now. We'll see you on Saturday night. A couple more games to go for us here at the Super Series. It kicks off with Jared Cole up against Neil Duff. And watching this one down in the commentary box, it's Laura Turner and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. And the more I listen to Alex Spellman, the more I like him. That was a very good point there. Some of the games that he could have lost are very similar to the games James could have won. But that's the nature of this sport. It can be very, very unforgiving. And it certainly has been James Richardson's out so far this week, but equaling the record tally haul of 28 points as Alex Spellman, yet again confirming why we rate him so highly here at the Super Series, and he's rated so highly in the
First leg, Jared to throw first.
darting world at the moment.
Game on.
We often talk about who are the best players that don't have tour cards. That conversation comes up regularly, and he's certainly got to be a player that is in that mix. I think he has if he chooses to go to Q School in January, especially if he opts to play in the European one, I think he's got every chance. Well, averages here, Laura, 180. He always goes this way.
133.
I want to know if he's going to go 3 balls. I want him to hit that. There's a couple of times this week he's hit the 180 and hit the 2 treble 19s.
100.
Yeah, it's whoever's going to have. I think bottle was the wrong word. It's not a word that I particularly like, but the 167, 167, 167, 9. That's got to be. That's just.
Well, the one I'm amazed that I've not seen go
42.
for it is MVG, because that's his thing. Because he's always looking for different ways. I mean, I think he's hit 27 9 darters. That's ridiculous.
Just greedy, isn't it?
All right, and he's hit
140. Jared 146.
Then I've hit 10s.
$106. Neil the car 81.
A possible 11. He's going to have to go 12 ball or double 13 bonus.
Game shot on the first
12
leg. Neil
darter
Duff.
from Duff.
Second leg, Neil to throw
leg,
first. Game on.
Super reaction. They are a nice group in there.
58.
As I say, everyone still will be back and playing. This is just to determine potentially what group they'll be in. But as we're saying, Group B just is
55.
easy is the wrong word, but there's just more opportunity, isn't there, to qualify for finals night.
$100. $180.
arguably Cole coming out, completely contrasting Toonders, finding some of his best darts.
140.
He may have to in this one. Both have made a very explosive start to the match.
99.
Well, at the moment, Cole 113, Duff 114. That's an example of the start they've both made.
59. Jolly Car 167.
Out of the blocks like Usain Bolt.
$59. Neil the Car 144.
Yeah, now this would hurt. So Cole back for 108 would be a break of throw.
60. Jolly Car 108. $52. Neil the Car 84.
So double 12.
60. Jolly Car 56.
Yeah, Neil Duff visibly not happy with that attempt for the double.
Tops for Cole for a level game.
Game
And
shot on the
instantly
second leg.
breaks
Yellow
back.
Cole.
Game on. Averages have tumbled to
Third leg
99
Jolly
and
to
a
throw
half.
first. Game on.
And 98 for Duff.
We were saying before, weren't we? It could come down to leg difference to see who gets through to Group B. Because if
125.
Cole does lose here to Duff,
But if he only loses, say, a 4-3, he would go to -5 on
140.
14 points, which means Bradley would have to win
100.
4-1 or better, I think. Just giving it a quick look. We will work it out depending on... I don't want to work it out because
85.
if Jericho wins, it's relevant.
it's all academic, yeah.
Owen Bates getting a 6-4 win over Matt Campbell. Steve Lennon a 6-4 win over Ricky Evans.
134.
Name playing today that I'm sure I read somewhere was
100.
having
Jericho
taking a bit of a break.
142.
Nick Kenny in action. 5-4 down to Owen Roloffs.
102.
Perfect. Chris Landman, a familiar face here at the Super Series with a 6-4 win over Adam Warner.
100. Jolly Car 40.
And Adam Warner himself, someone who came through the ADC systems, played here as
Won
well.
a week here, didn't he?
Mhm.
Game shot on the third leg.
Bottom
Jericho.
corner, but they all count. 15 darter.
Fourth leg Neil to throw first. Game on.
And perhaps this is where, with Jared, where he's had that big stage experience before and has played, you know, under these
100.
types of pressures.
Well, he played Martin Adams at the Worlds, didn't he? And got a win over him. All those kind of moments put you in good stead.
85.
I don't think he is a player that suffers with nerves.
It's another thing that the kind of younger generation have got coming through. It's honestly, it's really frustrating.
Well, it's just
66.
not even. They look at you and I go, "Would you?" I was chatting to Luke Littler and I went, "Do you get nervous?" And he went, "What about?"
That's a
I was
wonderful
like,
answer.
Yeah, I was like, "Great."
43. $60. $134. $100.
Good last one. Getting a ton. 239 Cole minus these. Love another. Gets another.
139.
Needs a straight ton.
99. Jolly your car 100.
Needs tops for the break.
65. Neil your car
Yeah,
76.
another wild one pulled into the 5. Seen that from him already today.
Getting shot on the 4 flag. Neil Duff.
Neil Duff steps in and says, "Thank you very much. I'll have some of that."
5th leg Jared to throw first. Game on. $59. 100. 180.
A third max there for Jared Cole.
$140.
Cole definitely fighting for that spot in Group B. And as you say, when you've got it in your own hands, I still think that's it's better
92.
than having to wait for other people and other results to go
Yeah.
your way.
Yeah, you don't want to rely on someone else losing to guarantee your progress.
82. Jared your car 170. $134.
Another example of what we were talking about a little earlier. Rusty Jake Rodriguez going out with 104 average. And no prize money.
85. Jared your car 36.
Yeah.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Jared Cole.
Super leg that. 13 darter. He's maintaining the averages, as is Neil Duff. Neil Duff,
6th leg Neil to throw
3-2
first.
down,
Game on.
averaging 97.65. Jericho 101.25.
$140.
Imagine traveling all the way over from Austria, 4 nights in a hotel,
42.
and losing 6-5 with 104.
Yeah, it's painful.
Tough school.
91.
Kind of getting more and more used to seeing that as well. So there's just
60.
such small margins when it comes to the professional side.
$60.
You can count 7 players with an average in excess of 94 and all losing.
100.
We've had games where we know we've played very well and still lost, but always used to find the frustrating thing is,
60.
where we would be losers mark in the tournaments that I've played in, that you mark the next one
Yeah.
and you just know you're going to be there for 45 minutes.
Yeah, you lose with a 90
99.
odd and then
The other car,
mark a
150.
70 odd. You think, nice. Thanks to whoever did the draw.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying this.
60.
Well, Neil won't have enjoyed that because it's a big opportunity for Jared to really pile on the pressure on the 90. Oh dear.
30. Neil the car 90.
Obviously feeling it, Jared.
Well, there's no other way to
54.
do 170
Jared the car
unlike the 160.
170. $63. Neil the car 36.
So for 3-all,
Getting shot on the 6th flag. Neil Duff.
there you have it. We have a one-leg shootout.
Yeah, potentially
7th and final leg. Jared to throw
for a
first. Game on.
spot in Group B, or join Christopher and James in Group C.
140. 140. 75.
Really isn't much between these two.
81. 134.
And again, good setup play from Jared Cole. Down to 152 after just 9.
100. Jared Carr 152. 44.
Yeah, a bit disappointment there from Jared because he would have wanted to set something better.
100. Jared Carr 100.
May go 19s. Single now leaves 32.
76. Neil Carr 80.
That is opportunity come and gone. What we're going to see from Neil. Traditional. How much of the tops can he see?
40. Jared Carr 32.
So for a place in Group B, 3 darts at 32. A wry smile. A big smile from Jared Cole. He gets it done, 4-3, and he will join Neil Duff in Group B. Alex Spellman, the winner of this group, quite some time ago. He's safely through to Saturday night's final. So our final match is Bradley Roes against James Richardson. It's a dead rubber, but it is our final game of the day.
And so it is Group B for Jared Cole as he gets the better of Neil Duff in a last leg decider by 4 legs to 3. It means that this man, Bradley Roes, is going to be involved in action on Thursday and Friday afternoon here at the Super Series. He's going to be joined by James Richardson. Final one out for this pair. And in the commentary box is Chris Mason and Laura Turner.
Thanks, Henry. So our final game of Group B sees Bradley up against James. And, well, As we've already mentioned, Alex through to Saturday night's final. In that interview with Henry a little earlier, did mention he felt a little exhausted. Well, he gets a couple of days off now before Saturday, so we'll come back refreshed. No doubt, I'm sure we'll pop into the venue and have a throw at some point, just to
First
tick
leg,
over
Bradley
the
to
next
throw
couple of
first.
days.
Game
Just
on.
the fact that you can avoid getting up at 6 a.m. and thinking about playing darts will be a huge relief. That's one of the things I found toughest to adjust to.
57.
Arriving at 7:30 to practice for a 9:30 start just didn't. Well, took me back a couple of decades.
Yeah. I was going to say,
Took me back to the holiday camps.
it does still happen, yes, yeah. But yeah, that is with how it is with Group A. Obviously, Group C, slightly later start for them tomorrow afternoon, which
58.
is
Yeah, players tend to arrive around 10:30, which
I suppose a bit nicer.
yeah. Well, it's very not too dissimilar to for the ones that have played on Pro Tours
60.
like James Richardson. It would feel fairly normal. But 7:30 doesn't feel normal. Don't think the point's touching.
80.
Yeah, the point needs to touch the board. We do get that bizarre argument where
29.
on those that use some of the older boards that actually have surface-led wires, that you can get a situation where the point can sort of go through the wire into another part
99.
of the board. Well, it's where the point enters, and that's where it gets confused with a dart like Bradley's there. If it doesn't penetrate the board, it's where the
60.
point of the dart is touching.
Yeah, there's always been those kind of few grey areas, isn't there, within
100.
darts? Which, the other one that always springs to mind is you have to finish on 501. However, on occasion, especially if you're chalking by hand, you know, the mistakes are made. You don't finish on 501, and you then
100.
can't
Brother
go back and
Carl,
change the score.
107.
So
No, once the score has been done and then there's a score on the top of it, that's it. It's... Ooh.
82.
Ball 7 ball. Well, I suppose he's thinking to himself, well, I'm out now. I might as well try something a bit special. Yeah, and another one where
60.
during the
Car
match,
25.
the darts have to be retrieved, but once a referee calls game shot on the match, if the dart then falls out after that, it's still game shot on
Game
the
shot on the
match.
first leg. Bradley Roes.
1-0.
Second leg, James to
yeah,
throw
I think
first. Game
we
on.
were talking about it before. You know, from my point of view here, I think it feels quite important that James perhaps can just chalk up just one win for today. I still know that's kind
140.
of down from what he would have wanted to have done, but you know, facing another a whole day without a win and then having to come back tomorrow and pick yourself back up and start
59.
again, it would just be nice for him to end on a bit of a high.
Well, I don't know what the odds would have been, but I'm sure you could have got a price on it. But for Richardson to have finished bottom,
60.
I would have said would have been massive odds. On Monday, I'll just check over. Monday, I did say I thought the 6-4 about Spellman
80.
to win Group A was massive. James was 7-2, second favourite to win the group.
140.
You'd have got big odds on him finishing bottom, that's for sure.
Somebody saving himself, you know, for Group C.
180.
For his
James
son.
Carl,
Yes.
160.
Gonna save all his best darts for Josh.
65. $60. James Car 96.
Should stay.
56. Bradley Car
It
122.
was an inviting guide, wasn't it? Can't finish.
25. James Car 40.
So for one apiece.
Game shot on the second leg. James Richardson.
Yeah, well taken. Tops there for James Richardson.
Third leg, Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Gives the curtain a long stare. No credit to him. I'm not sure I'd have as
85.
much enthusiasm as he's showing right now. I'd have a big bottom lip job.
Well, it is. It's such a lonely
57.
place. You know, it is just you up on that stage. But yeah, like you say, James is still kind of chastising himself for missed starts. And just then, as you can see, he's
66.
really trying to G himself
Yes.
up in the background.
Trying to generate a bit of motivation.
60. $56.
Said it many times before, and when a player's been in James's situation, even though you're out of it on day 3 of Group
100.
A, you still want to try and find something positive to take over into Thursday and Friday, and even that
84.
it doesn't necessarily have to be a win. It's just a consistent spell which you can try and build on.
Yeah, good performance. And
140.
actually, we never quite know how the player's actually feeling in themselves when they're up there. So it's just making sure you feel comfortable and, like you say, put in a good performance.
140. James McCall,
Yeah,
144.
some positivity. As we always say, that
38.
level of
WK
performance
70.
doesn't necessarily guarantee points. And he's been a perfect example of that all week so
54.
far.
James McCall, 106.
Yeah, just pulling him a little bit low.
58. Bradley McCall, 16.
So here, Bradley back for 16. Say, is that awkward?
There's your answer.
No score. James McCall, 48.
A little fortunate.
Game shot on the third leg.
Finds the
James
double.
Richardson.
Usually see the players now on 48 almost use dart 1 as a guide to double 16.
Fourth leg,
Ross Smith
James to
does
throw
that
first.
very,
Game on.
very well. He'll put one just probably 10, 15 mil just inside the
85.
double, or inside the target area of the double. That also gives him that ability to adjust off.
180.
Second 180 of the match there, going the way of Bradley Roes.
95.
I still,
Can he follow it?
that would be nice. But you've jinxed it now, haven't you?
Of course. It's what we do.
Yes, do it very well.
100.
As we're saying, both these players will be appearing tomorrow afternoon in Group C, but joined by the likes of Tom Sykes, John
121.
Worsley, and, of course, Josh Richardson, James's son. And when you think only 2 of those players can go through,
Yeah, that's a super, super tough group.
it's not much easier in Group B, to be fair. You got Neil Duff and Jared Cole
93.
joining Chris Quantock, John Brown, and Richie Howson.
Yeah, that's equally as unpleasant,
60.
but
Bradley
it is
McCall,
3 from 5.
128.
Yes. Yeah, the odds are.
And they're playing at night, which is when darts should be played.
I agree.
56.
I've really
James
enjoyed
McCall,
watching Richie Howson.
140.
You know how he's playing in the seniors, especially. He's just, he really is threatening a win on that seniors tour.
Yeah, well, for sure. What's he been in? 3 finals now?
100. Bradley McCall, 72.
And it's incredible that a player that sort of originally didn't make it in the start of the
32.
PDC.
James McCall, 40.
Yeah, he's built up a massive fan base at the Circus Tavern this year. He was There was literally hundreds of people there to support him. It was brilliant to see. He's built up his own fan base.
20. Bradley O'Carr,
As has
40.
Leonard Gates.
Oh, yes.
Leonard's been
Game
absolutely
shot on the fourth
TV
leg. Bradley
gold.
Roes.
And he's got the moves to back it up,
Yeah,
hasn't he?
well, people just love him. And listen, I understood at the start why
Looks
you've
like
got to
Bradley
have
to throw first.
those established names to
Game
sell
on.
the product. But the more and more we're seeing the likes of Leonard Gates and Richie Housen, they're creating their own fan base at this stage of their career. And if that continues, it's going to be very interesting going forward that
96.
ultimately we're going to end up with a proper ranking system.
You got any more seniors coming up?
Not this year.
85.
Not this year, but giving it a good go next year. I even had a couple of hours practice last week in total.
121.
Still better than none.
Yeah, exactly. Some's better than nothing.
60.
I even brought my darts with me this week, but so far,
Still in the case.
still in the case,
Yeah.
gathering dust. But no, I'm giving it a go next year.
100.
I gotta win one.
Yeah, I'm kind of almost forcing myself to practice at the moment because we've invested in one of the kind of the electronic board.
Scolia, have you?
Yes.
Ooh, look at you.
I know, but it makes my counting even worse. It makes it very lazy. But it's a great bit of equipment and looks
Are they accurate?
very
Are they?
unbelievably so.
84.
I must look up the technology behind that because I've seen videos of them on YouTube and I was always like, what, there's not anything
60.
behind the board? No,
Bradley
you can
O'Carr,
use any kind
100.
of board. Amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all done with like very clever camera placements and programming.
68. 100. Bradley O'Carr, 32.
For 3-2. Double 12. That was a wild one, yeah. Even Bradley can't work out how that's ended up there. Well, that's found the
Game
target.
shot on the fifth leg.
And he's
Bradley
now
Roes.
one away of picking up another win.
6 leg James to throw first. Game on. $82. $140.
Yeah, well, times second 140 at the match there for Bradley Roes. Yeah, and you can just see that disappointment from
15.
James. And just campaign just hasn't gone his way so far this week, but we'll be back and featuring in Group C tomorrow.
100. $100.
And Bradley Roes now with the initiative and back in the treble 20. Looking to serve out this match in this leg.
140. $83. Bradley O'Carr, 121.
Yeah, and all James Richardson can do now is just look on and hope he gets another. Going to need at least 6 darts if he's going to win this leg.
97.
Again, solid last start there from Bradley. Keeps him on his favourite double 12.
140. Bradley O'Carr, 24. Game shot in the match, Bradley Roes.
Yeah, and there you have it. It does go the way of Bradley Roes. Just hasn't been a campaign to remember so far for James Richardson. Averages for that match. Bradley Roes 83.45 to 77.09 there for James Richardson. Check out percentage for James 40%, but just wasn't enough, unfortunately, on the day. We can now join Henry and Chris on the balcony.
Thank you very much, Laura. Right, so Bradley winning that particular battle, didn't quite win the war, but it was a Group 1 in the end, quite convincingly, it has to be said, by Alex Spellman.
Yeah, and I think James will be just happy to see the back end of Group A and restart tomorrow. But yeah, very good performance from Spellman. Only one blot on there, and that was against Jared Cole. Apart from that, he was the right pick. We thought at 6-4, it was quite big Monday morning to win Group A. Proved to be the case. Too good.
And the thing was, even in most of those games, sometimes the players win with big points total, but they win a lot of 4-3s. Okay, he did win those odd last leg decides, but he didn't really look pushed in many games, and that's not a disrespect to the field.
No, and when he seemed to have all the answers, didn't he? He's just so reliable. He's consistent. Does have another level to his game, but I think he needs to be pushed hard to find it and be in that kind of match. Even when he starts a match slowly and you're sort of a leg and a half in, he's a leg down, and you think maybe he's going to get caught here, and then just finds another gear.
It's all about those pop moments, isn't there? And there was one early on today in the first game of his day against James Richardson, where he's in trouble in that last leg. Richardson in a good position, and then he pulls out this 1-7-7, and then leaves himself on a double, and then takes it.
Yeah, and that's the kind of thing he does. And those finishes between sort of 61 and mid-90s, he just seems so efficient, and he plays with a lot of freedom. He's a very measured thrower. He doesn't give you too much to feed on in terms of negativity and negative body language. He's pretty much the full package, and every time I see him, he continues to get a little bit better.
Well, let's round up everything that we have seen today. These are the results from Wednesday's action here at the Super Series. 15 games been and gone. Bit of an even mix throughout the course of the card. That is what we saw this afternoon. Well, one of the highlights today has to come in the opening game of the day between Jared Cole and Bradley Roes there. As you see, Cole ran out a 4-2 victory in that match and won the game in sumptuous style. 160, treble 20, bullseye, bullseye. It's going to be one that's going to be on the show reels for many a time to come.
Yeah, it's doing the rounds on the social medias and the TikToks and Instagram reels already. It was a finish that you can see after dart one. On that angle, it doesn't really, the angle of that camera doesn't give a true reflection. But that dart, as you can see, it's in the target, but it's all the way over to the right. And the only option he had, and the only open target he had to aim at, was the two balls, which, as you could see, he found quite beautifully. So yeah, there was it wasn't a case of showmanship or anything like that. It was the fact that that was the most logical route to go.
But we've seen a little bit more of Jared's Maverick side this week, because even after the 180 on the 9 dart, he's going 3 treble 19s, and we're assuming if he gets all 3 of them, he's going ball, ball, ball on the 150.
Well, or he'll go treble 19, double 18. I'm not quite. I haven't even spoke to him about that. I must do that tomorrow and find out the reasoning behind that route. And he's come very close. Twice this week he's gone 180 and then treble 19 and missed the third one. But if he does go 3 balls, we'll enjoy it.
Yeah, the internet will blow up, that is for sure. Right, let's have a look at the tournament bracket now, because we are halfway through our week. We can confirm our first finalist in Alex Spellman, and we can now break down the 2 groups. Now, Group C tomorrow looks absolutely horrid. John Worsley, Josh Richardson, and Tom Sykes, who we've been getting a lot of really good reports from up north about in regards to his progress, alongside the 3 that have dropped out of Group A.
Yeah, I think it's a really open group. I'm not sure who you'd make particularly favourite in there. Possibly John Worsley on what he's done here before. Tom Sykes is a player I'm looking forward to getting a look at and sort of examining the throw and his general approach to the game. As for Group B, well, that's equally as tough, isn't it? You probably shade towards Neil Duff and Richie Housen as favourites on current form, but word is John Brown starting to put the hours in a little bit more and starting to get the love back for the game, because he's no doubt a talented player.
Most certainly, that's going to be our action tomorrow afternoon. Before we go, we'll just round off the table for you in Group A and just confirm that Alex Spellman is through on 28 points. Duff and Cole finishing up on 16. Bradley Roes missing out on 14. Christopher Toonders on 12. And James Richardson bottom of the pile. Well, we do it all again tomorrow. I'm going to be
We do,
spending a lot of time.
twice.
I was going to say, once is so nice, we just had to do it twice. We'll spend a bit of time in each other's company tomorrow. Look forward to it. And we'll see you tomorrow, hopefully, as well, for 2 sessions here at the Super Series. But as far as Group A is concerned, well, there's no hiding from the fact that the Jackal was a step above the rest. We'll see you tomorrow.